Howdy, folks. Alright, let's get started. Yo, how's it going, folks? Yes, we're on time. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? I'm actually on time. I told you I'd be on time and none of you believed me. Well, I know. Actually early. Come on then. Let me actually see the shocked replies. Everyone's like, I can see the late already. Late. Where's all the surprise looks for me actually being early? See, that's the response I'm waiting for, Chris. Inconceivable. See, that's what I'm talking about. Now, folks, how we doing today? I guess I changed the clocks to be 20 minutes early. No, I actually managed to get my kid off the PC for the first time in early. Isn't that right, Ixon? What do you mean, how dare I? Yeah. What is this thing? How dare she? Well, can you make sure that the window is open? So, folks, how have we all been? It's been an interesting week. Lots of news. Well, sweating. I'm not sweating yet. But it is hot. Apparently, Microsoft is laying off 6K people. They are. Unfortunately, they are. And I've already said that this news absolutely sucks. And I guess we can, start off with that one. Because this news does absolutely suck, right? There's just no real way to put it at a time when they've increased the pricing of the games. Hey, Calandros. Hey, Myth. Someone asked if I played Fury. Honestly, I've been a huge SNK fan for many years. I preferred it over Street Fighter, but I think the one before King of Fighters, when they turned 3D, that was when I stopped playing beat-em-ups. So I haven't played the latest one, but I do know that Ronaldo is in there, which is interesting. Weird they didn't use his voice, which is odd. I think they should have used his voice. Probably just due to recording issues. But I'm tempted to pick it up. If I find, if I find it for a decent price, I'll probably pick it up. I do like my SNK fighters over Street Fighter. Oh, no, I'm not saying this isn't news. I'm just saying I am going to show the same energy as if Ubisoft done it, as if EA done it, as if Sony done it. I'm not going to just rush it under the table and pick sides. I think it's awful what Microsoft has done. I know they're kind of trying to downplay it with 3% to show that it's not a big number. And that's clearly what they've done here, right? They've tried to downplay it, because they could have said, they're laying off 6,000 people, but this has easily been, they easily tried to downplay this by the 3% number. And yeah, I think it's awful. And like you say, it's not news anymore. This is happening way too often, as the industry is still trying to, as people say, course correct itself since the boom. But nonetheless, I am never happy for people to lose their jobs. I will always condemn it. And I hope these people find their way back on their feet in record time. At least it's happening now, when lots of job openings are going to be available during the summer holidays, as opposed to it happening during the fall, when, it's Christmas, everyone wants to buy their gifts, and then you're kind of screwed. So at least the timing of it was probably a little bit in their favor, but that's about all the pros I can see from this. Especially after the price hike, right? Are you gonna buy Doom on Series P or playing it on Game Pass? Game Pass, Yetta. Game Pass. I'm gonna be bouncing between my console and my PC. So for those that don't know, you know, my kids are always on my PC, except for when I'm streaming and making videos. And when I can wrestle them off, they're good wrestlers. You know, they put the WWE to shame. They can wrestle. But yeah, so I bounce between them depending on what they're using. I always give them priority when it comes to video games, so whatever they want to play, I just jump onto the thing. This is why that whole play anywhere really works well for me. You know, I'm like the prime ideal use case for it when they go to showcase the whole play anywhere, because I've got kids and they're always, you know, I think we've got like what, 3 PCs in the house and all of them are occupied at any given time. I've got a 3090 downstairs, a 3070 upstairs, and a 2080 Super in the other room. And all of them are occupied by my kids, except for my youngest, who basically uses my 3090. And if he's on my PC playing Roblox, I'm on my Xbox playing whatever I can play through Game Pass. So yeah, for me, Play Anywhere is like I'm like the ideal candidate for Play Anywhere. I literally abuse that like there's no tomorrow. And if I can't get on, you know, my actual Xbox, that's when what I used to do in the past was jump on my tablet, attach 2 controllers onto it, and use a tablet to stream via xCloud or GeForce Now. I mean, I guess we can jump into the main topic of Xbox price hike before I wanted to show you guys something, which is quite funny, by the way, so stay tuned for that. But Microsoft increased the prices because of fears of the tariffs. Now, those tariffs have been frozen for 90 days. In theory, those prices should now go down because the tariffs have been frozen. Now, the question is, are they going to go down? My belief is no. Microsoft is going to keep them at that price. Hey, Rebby, how's it going? Hey, look, Bullets, you may mock that, but Snake on the Nokia 3310 or the banana phone was amazing, okay? I remember the first Motorola flip phone I had. That had Snake on it. That was dope. That thing was on Nate, those screens were like so tiny and you could still get just about 4 or 5 bars of LCD on there. I'm good, Remy. How are you? When he comes over, says it's my turn, Dad, then picks you up and body slams you. It's what? What? Hits you to the ground, kick you out. So when he climbs on the couch, slams you again. It do be something like that. You know, he comes along and says, "Are you done yet?" With his hand like, I think, look, when Microsoft said that they're going to start charging for $80 games, I think the first game I mean, how much is Doom? Doom should be the standard $70 bucks, right? I don't think it's $80. But I think Call of Duty is going to be the first game to be $80. I think we've seen a lot of games recently released, whether it's the Mafia game, we've seen other Xbox games really, you know, Hellblade released at 50, Play Obscure released at 50. You know, we're seeing a lot more games now releasing at $50, the ones that are smaller production or just smaller games in general. The way it looks like the industry is going, if the game is actually going to last you a whole year, then they're going to charge you what they believe is the equivalent value. And I don't think it's going to be limited to $80 either. I think it's going to exceed $80 with certain games. We uncover how Xbox, once a titan of gaming, is collapsing under bad management, bad leadership, and brutal competition. Nah, Xbox isn't collapsing. They've just changed. Ravi, they've just changed what they want to be. Banisher, Microsoft have already come out and openly said that they're going to do $80 games. I mean, here's the thing. I don't remember who I was watching who said this, or if I was reading something. I can't remember. It was last week. But basically what they said was, if people can't afford to buy games now, by increasing the price, they're not going to buy more, they're going to buy less. And I don't think companies understand that. Yes, there are people out there who will just buy it regardless of price, but it's the others around those people that will think even harder on whether that game is worth buying day one or whether they can wait a few days. Like, for example, Doom is out now, right? Everyone is playing it early access. I'm not prepared to pay the early access fee. I think it's a scam, and I've always said this, and if I do pay for it, I'm willingly buying into that scam. Very few games will ever get me to buy into early access. Indiana Jones was one of them, because I'm just a huge indie fan, and I just didn't give a shit, because, you know, if that game came out at $100, I probably would have paid $100 day one to play it. I'm a huge indie fan, and that's the end of that. Same with games like Alan Wake. There are certain games I'll pay above the odds just to be able to play ASAP. But for 99.9% of games, I'm not paying for early access because I don't believe they are worth it. And, you know, I'll always stand by this. Game Pass says day one, and we're not getting them day one. But you know what? I'm also getting them as part of my subscription and generally for free, so I'm not going to complain. So it is that. But yeah. Because that infographics website is rubbish, Rabbi. From what I understand, I don't even know if it's actually made by a real person. I think it's AI making those videos. Sandwich, you are 100% right. Yeah, you're 100% right. It will hurt. It will hurt the brand in the long run. They will continue to make profits much more than they were before. And as a business, they will grow more, make more profits, and have greater returns. But in terms of the brand will take a hit. I mean, it's already taken a hit. I think we can all agree on this. But in terms of the business, they're making more money now than they have in a long, long time. Rabbi, essentially, from what I understand, and I could be wrong, but from the information I've been given, that website that makes those videos, that channel, is run by an AI algorithm. It's just putting the information together and creating something. It's not real. So I'm not going to react to an AI. Well, this is the thing. If the prices are expensive and people can't buy them, but they want to play those games, and there's an option to play them for $14.99 day one, are people going to wait until they can buy it for $80? Or wait until it goes down to like $50? Or are they going to pay $15 for the month, play the game, and if maybe another game comes out, and they'll probably stay on for another $15. Don't forget the price it costs you to play one game. You get like 6 months of Game Pass now. I mean, the value proposition there is crazy. What are you talking about, Moonlight? I'm responding to Revy. Hey, okay, how's it going, Nexus? Sony right now, in my opinion, look, one thing I will say about Sony is that, in my opinion, if I was an avid PlayStation fan, I would be disappointed. Coming off the PS4 and all the amazing games that were releasing back after back, be it third-party, money-hatted games or first-party games exclusive, I think, especially since the release of the Pro, which people doubled down on and paid for, if I was an avid PlayStation fan, I'd be really disappointed because they're just not getting what they signed up for this time. And whether that's due to lack of competition or anything else is unknown. But Sony has gotten lazy. And this is what I was saying that was gonna happen anyway. You know, people spend 1K or more in a month. Rabbi, I've said everything I need to say on it. I'll have another look and see if I'm wrong, but not now anyway. I'm surprised how many people know now just gave up and bought early access, even though they will only play one day before because of work. Well, that's the other thing, right? Like, normally, I mean, I work today until 5:30, then I chilled for a bit, and I've started to stream. I could have gamed this stream as well, but it's you know, I'm probably only going to get like Friday before I truly get into the opportunity of sitting down and having lengthy hours on the game. But still, I just don't feel like, you know, I'm not for early access. I don't mind if I've got it as a byproduct from buying a collector's edition or a special edition and it comes bundled in. That's fine. But specifically paying for it, nah, that's not me. Yeah, but the problem is, I mean, like, they get a lot of things. The video that he's talking about got a lot of things wrong, and there's a lot of discrepancies and just incorrect information in that video. There's, you know, I've listened to about half of it, and there was, put it this way, it made DCG look like a genius with how wrong he, well, with the little correct that he gets. So AI isn't there yet to be 100% accurate and reliable. Why would it's because of the YouTube video, right? Because the YouTube video says exclusive. The way they framed it was to make it look like it was exclusive with the YouTube video, but they were just showing a realm off. But that's just the way Sony is. Before airbounds, it depends on your situation. Maybe the early access is the days you're off work and you're back at work. Do you know what, Chili? I've got one thing to say to you. And you will know exactly what I mean when I say this. Okay? Because I took days off work when I sat down with my friend to do the whole campaign over the weekend. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But Raubon Savage prevented that from happening. That's all I'm going to say. And you will know exactly what I'm talking about when I say that. Raubon Savage, we will remember forever. For those that don't know what that's referring... Oh, see, he knows exactly what I'm saying. So Raubon Savage is essentially a moniker that the community gave. We playing Final Fantasy 14, we were trying to get into an instance in early access. And by early access, anyone that actually cared for 14 actually bought into early access. And so everyone got to the same instance at the same time. But there's only a set number of people that can go into the instances. And so what the community did in the end was actually formed an orderly line on each of their servers so people could get in one by one or a few at a time into that instance to complete it. It was insane. I've never seen something like that, and I don't think I ever will. But it did pretty much prevent us playing for most of that day. Yeah, Pippin Ultimate 2. Not a chance, Sandwich. Not a chance. Hey, Steve. See, here's the thing, Sandwich. Let me ask you a question, right? Let me ask you a question. And this is a question that, any of you can answer, because I see this a lot on social media, this exact point. What if Microsoft changes their mind? So here's my question to you guys. If you guys were earning, say, $500 a week, right? And then suddenly you're earning $25,000 a week. Would you be prepared to go back to $500 a week just so the players can have that game exclusive? Or would you say, screw the players, I want my 25 grand a week? That's the question. And that is why you can't go back. Because once these shareholders taste that money, once you open Pandora's box, you cannot go back. But Phil Spencer at the very beginning said, anything that's a legacy game will remain multi-plat. So the question now I'm going to ask you is Elder Scrolls as a franchise legacy? Has it been on PlayStation before? Elder Scrolls as a franchise? If the answer is yes, then Elder Scrolls, regardless of what direction Microsoft went down, would have been multiplat, just like Doom. Doom was always going to be multiplat, because even when he said games where Game Pass is where Xbox exclusives will be, he then added the caveat that legacy games will continue to appear on multiple platforms, like Overwatch, like Diablo, right? So Doom and Elder Scrolls would fit into that category, and they showed that inside the FTC case anyway when they were on trial. Games like Starfield, however, were new IPs, and they stayed exclusive. Now, whether they go now or not is a different matter. Oblivion is still Elder Scrolls franchise. But no matter how you look at it, folks, the moment you've opened Pandora's box, you ain't closing it. Why would I, as a shareholder who's investing money want to go from earning, you know, $10,000 a week to 500. It's a no-brainer. It's not going to happen. This is why you don't open that box. That's why it's called the Pandora's box. Once you open it, it stays open. They asked, I don't know, I get that, Ghosty, but it's still a franchise. It's new IP that they said would be exclusive from, you know, from ZeniMax. Timed exclusivity would be smart, but then I don't think Microsoft cares about that either anymore, because they're not trying to bring people to their console anymore. And Phil has said this multiple times. We're not trying to bring people over to Xbox. We just want them to play where they want to play. That's clearly telling you where their, you know, their platform allegiance lies. There is none, right? Brandon, I put on Starfield last night. I think it was about 1. And then I got really tired and I didn't actually check the creations. I just went straight into the game, did a mission, and then I was like, you know what? I need to get to bed. So no, I did not. You're gonna make your own console and we'll call it Gamer Box. I don't know if I mean, Fable's being made. I think Fable will be one of the games that will be timed. It won't be on I don't think Fable will be multiplat day 1. More John. Sövcana söyleyebilin şey versin bana. Bana. Hemen kapıyı açtık. Dayanacak bunun içinde. But yeah, that's how I see it. I just don't. You know, certain games, but by definition, because the studio can't make multiples of them unless they, you know, outsource it. But games like Oblivion, for example, with the remaster, the base already existed, so they worked off an already existing base. Trying to do something from scratch on multiplat is a lot more difficult when you're giving it out to other studios. So that probably won't be a thing. You want me to invite Double Barrel? I'll reach out to him. I'm not sure he'll reply though. I'll reach out to Boom. We've got him on Xbox as well, so I'll see what it says. Or maybe he'll invite me onto his. Although I have now asked like 3 times to appear on his show, and I've been ghosted 3 times, so that probably won't happen. Oh, that fan is good. Twisted Metal is long gone. Xbox PC is just referring to the Game Pass PC app, in my opinion. Just use an AI version. Steve, stop trolling, man. No, it's a bit of a heat wave here in well, on the outskirts of London, and also my my sugar levels are extremely high at the moment, so I'm way more hotter than I should be. So that's an interesting one, right? Because the FTC case kind of went out the window with the appeal being turned, overturned, right? That kind of finished. But then I saw this, and the FTC's litigators and Microsoft's lawyers have asked the FTC judge to schedule the trial over the Activision Blizzard deal for July 21st. Under a procedural agreement going back to 2023, it could have started as early as May 2028. I think this is them just wrapping things up, but is it Muller? No. I forgot his name now. No, I can't remember it. What was his name? Thanks. Is it cold, yeah? Lovely jubbly. Who was that guy that was covering the FTC stuff during the FTC case on Twitter? I forgot his name. Florian, that's it. There it is, Florian. It was Mueller. I just spelt it wrong. So, because several people asked and wondered, the FTC ABK court ruling last week was the end of one branch of a procedural tree, not the uprooting of the tree. Large parts of the press, except at Game Trade, didn't explain the broader picture, and it's difficult to do in headlines. If Microsoft wins the FTC trial over the ABK deal, which now looks like it will start on July 21st, there is at least no major risk to the post-Khan FTC leadership would overrule the judge. It should be over. It should be over then, finally. So it looks like it's not actually over. What the appeal was denied, but they're still going to court on July the 21st. Apparently, it could have been as early as May the 28th, but July the 21st is when potentially a final ruling on this will be given. So the shackles are yet to be fully undone. The FTC is still doing what it can to be annoying. Yeah, Florian was really good. I spoke to him a few times in DM. Really good guy. Pandora's box already open. Xbox got the games everywhere, and Xbox's Windows. It already has Windows software in there. Why cannot be a PC? Because it is already closed off. Moonlight, because the software is still custom inside the Series X. It's still running off different APIs that Windows doesn't support. That's why. So getting the games to work off of a normal PC just isn't the same. It's still making those different API calls. It's essentially it. Because the version that you play on console and the one that you play on Game Pass PC, to my understanding, is the same game. It's the same version. You know, that's the way they're building it. Because if you get the Steam version, for example, you'll get certain games like Still Wakes the Deep. It has no DLSS support on the Game Pass PC, but it does have DLSS support on Steam. It's a different SKU entirely. I do believe that the console SKU and the Game Pass PC SKU are the same thing, just upped in textures and, you know, different settings. Well, that's the weird position they're in now, Rabbi, because they are going to have hardware, so they're still going to have like first party support, but they're also third party. They're in a weird vicarious position where they want their cake and to eat it, and it looks like it's going to be interesting to see how it works out, because that hardware has to offer something really special for you to pick it over something else, especially a PC, right? I know some people are already talking about that it's going to support all your backwards compatible games down to the OG, so that's something if you care for those. But if you've already got a Series X, why would you care for that? So we'll see. We will see. Hey, Paul. Yeah, well, people questioned his integrity all the time, right? Right now, why not just buy a PC? Well, at the moment, you wouldn't get to play your... Put it this way. If your OG Xbox and your 360 games mean nothing to you and you don't care for them, you've moved on. And the games that you've got on your Xbox right now, because there are still games that I've got on Xbox that simply just are not on PC, right? The distinction between owning a PC and a console starts to get muddied very, very quickly, depending on how much you can afford. But then you've got games like GTA 6, which are a clear deciding factor on which way you want to go, if that's your thing. Nothing much, Paul. We've just started. Rabbi, I just answered your question a little while ago. What Windows is to the Microsoft Surface laptop, the Xbox games, I don't understand that. Rabbi, I said Microsoft will be having their own console. They're going to have another console. Oh, are you asking, will you want me to invite Double Barrel Gaming? Isn't he doing his own stream right now? No, Paul, that's disgusting. If he's doing his own stream, then I can't invite him over to mine. Steve, they are hiring, yes. I think it was in my... I think I should have made a video based on this, no? I think it was either Steinskin or Aaron Greenberg that posted that they're hiring for backwards compatible stuff. Pretty sure I made a video on that. So here's the thing. I've tried inviting a lot of people. The only two that have, honestly, two of them have come back to me. King David, who I've had on the show, and it took quite a bit of trouble getting Doc on the show, and it's mainly because the majority of these people are in the US and I'm in the UK, so the timing is really bad. If I started the show at around, give or take, 11 p.m. my time, which is about 4 hours from when I normally start, then it would be a lot more accessible. A lot of people have just flat out said no to me. They're not they don't want to come onto my show, and a number of them have ignored. I haven't reached out to AGN, so I'm not gonna, sit here and lie about that. I haven't reached out to him, but I have reached out to a number of people, and it's either basically being fobbed off or the time zones don't work. Paris, well, I'm not going to get involved with that one. If if you've noticed, he hasn't been around a lot lately at all. There's a reason for that, and I did cover that last time. But it is what it is, and yeah, I don't expect him to be around much. VG, I've actually invited. I didn't get any message back. I actually wanted to get him on the show a few times. I didn't get any response. I'm not reaching out to these. You guys want me to get DCG on the channel? Is that, you know what? If I invite a PlayStation person, they're guaranteed jump on. I guarantee it without a shadow of doubt. You guys want me to get one of them on? Because that's going to be a shit fest from start to finish. Oh, really, Steve? Well, there's no drama, right? Paul, I actually think, we as a dynamic are such different people between me and Alex. I actually think it would work. Our dynamic is just so different that I do genuinely believe it would work. But I like King David. I want to get Demo Flow on, but it's a lot more difficult with him, again, because he's working during the day. So it's a lot harder. Like on Fridays when he does his show, I jump onto his show every so often, but I'm actually working when I'm actually on his show. Steve now making record of every single time I've been on his show to report me to my bosses. He doesn't even have to say it. I know what he's thinking. Not a co-host. They just every so often they want me to bring someone on, and I get it, and I try every week. I try every week to get people on. I got J-Rock on at that time, and then I tried to get him back on. It didn't work. Don't forget, I'm also not like a full-on Xbox shield, so that also doesn't work in my favor. I'm not a gung-ho Xbox diehard. If Xbox fucks up, I'm going to tell you that it's screwed up, right? I'm not going to sit here and praise them as the holy, the holy coming. And people don't like that. Although I will say, recently my videos have been doing a lot better, so I do appreciate everyone watching and leaving a comment, so I do appreciate that. But there was something I actually saw. Astro Cyborg actually decided to flip. And I want to know what you guys think about this. Right? Let me know what you think. It's a 40-second clip. I know Steve's going to be very happy about this one. But it's a 40-second clip. And I can't believe I'm actually saying this. But I don't think it's as bad as people are saying it is. Right? Okay, I've actually sorted the volume out.
You guys on YouTube, do me a favor. We're about an hour into the broadcast. I have been delaying the ads. I'm going to do it again. Give me 300 likes, okay? I'm not hitting you with those ads. I'm keeping them. I'm keeping them at bay. YouTube wants those running, and I was going to run them once an hour. I'm going to hold off. We're having a strong day. I don't want to jinx it. And likes help that continue. It gets more people in the door.
So, what do you think of what he said there? I know you was. What do you think about what he just said there? Uh, 721 is definitely more than usual. I don't actually look at the number I've got watching. I just look at the chat. If there's people in chat responding, I'm happy. But what do you guys think about what he just said there? Incorrect. Oh, very incorrect. Next. See, I don't see a problem with that one either, because I can actually explain what he's saying, and I get people are taking it as him begging for likes. So here's the thing. As someone just said in the chat that they've noticed that I've got more people watching me right now. Who was it? Let me see. Someone just said it. Square Enix are changing, Byron? In what way? I must have missed that. Someone just said that I've got more people watching and they gave a number. Ah, it was Chris. Right. So, for a number of weeks, I kept all my streams. For a number of weeks, I kept all my streams demonetized, right? So that meant no ads. Now, because of that, YouTube basically stopped recommending my stream to other people, and so people weren't notified when I went live. Even if you have the bells clicked, switched on, YouTube just doesn't recommend the stream to you. But unless you know I'm going live on that day, you won't have a clue. And the reason why YouTube does this is because it's demonetized and they're not getting any ad revenue. However, if the likes are in the hundreds, then what YouTube says is, okay, well, this person might not actually be, putting ads on their stream, but they're getting a lot of likes, which means a lot of people are enjoying it. So if we get more people in, because people are enjoying it, there's a good chance that people are going to Super Chat or the YouTube memberships. And so instead of monetizing through the ad revenue, they'll get the 30% from the Super Chats and the memberships. But if everything is slow, then your channel just doesn't get promoted out. And so what Reforge is doing here is saying, look, I'm basically trying to give you the best viewing experience possible, but I need like 300-400 likes so YouTube's algorithm can push this out. If you're not going to do that, then I'm going to have to switch the ads back on, because that's his living. So I don't actually see a problem with what he said there, but people are going after him for that one. I mean, I don't like the guy, and but that is the honest truth. That's how it works. Don't get me wrong, the way he's done it is probably not the best way to do it. But in reality, if you don't remind the audience to drop a like, they won't do it. And this is statistically proven as well. That's why you see in YouTube videos where it prompts up and makes a chime sound or stuff like that. It's designed that way to grab your attention, to look at it, to remind you to subscribe. Because you get way too often where people say, "Oh, I thought I was already subscribed. I've been watching you for years." And because the YouTube algorithm knows that you watch it, it will still send you the videos when they release, even if you're not subscribed. But those chimes that you hear in the videos, and when, you know, the creator turns around and says, "Hey, don't forget to drop a like," that's usually a prompt, and anyone that's watching usually looks and says, "Oh, have I liked this?" or whatever, and that's how it works. Well, gear sucks, Steve. I actually have to earn that dislike. Hey, look, I gotta dislike every stream, so I've gotta earn it. If I was a YouTuber, I would just label my channel as premium and leave ads on. What do you mean by that? Because YouTube Premium doesn't work that way. Oh, Moonlight, I didn't say I like the guy. I just said on this occasion, I understand why he's doing it. You know, I know like some, you know, you guys joke about with the whole white van and the PS5 Pro. This guy openly accused me of being a thief publicly. And it wasn't a joke. It wasn't, you know, just messing about. He's accused me at least 3 times that I know already of me being a thief. So, you know, I've got no time for this idiot. But this one I thought was a bit harsh to clip and go after him. For something a little more lighthearted, right? So we were talking about, oh, right. This dude decided to come at me, right? And as you can see here, it says Ubisoft Creator Partner. I'm in the Ubisoft Content Creators Program. You know, it's not something I hide. I've always said it, and I've even got it labeled, right? I'm a YouTube partner, Twitch affiliate, and a YouTube creator partner. So he says, Ubisoft creator, so you're a professional when it comes to bugs? I actually am, because I work in QA. It's literally my job, right? I've worked in the games industry, and I've worked in the tech. Well, I'm working right now in the tech industry. So it's literally been my job since 2006 as quality assurance, right? And issues with gaming must be tough knowing you've never played a genuinely good game. Considering this guy is a PlayStation fan. So apparently, by his admission, all of these games are crap. I don't make up the rules, right? I'm just saying, he said, must be tough knowing you've never played a genuinely good game. So that means Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart is crap. Tilu 1 and 2 is crap. All the Uncharted games are crap. All GT games are crap. Returnal, Astrobot, Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Spider-Man 2, God of War 2018, God of War 2, Days Gone, and more. They're all crap. Death Stranding, crap. Everything, crap. Because I played a lot of those PlayStation games. I don't know. I'm not saying that, Devin. He said this PlayStation fan is saying it, and then he decides to call me a moron once I called him out. Not sure who this was aimed at. I mean, he clearly replied to me, right? But I said Ubisoft creator, and I am the Ubisoft creator. Sin, it does that, man. It does that. You know, when I was working in the industry, and I used to do the early shift, where I started at 7:30. I think I finished at like 3 o'clock. By the time I got home, the last thing I wanted to do was play a game. You know, you're on those games all day, just testing and testing. And I know it's a different mentality when you're testing, but you're still playing the games, right? Especially if you're playing something like Football Manager, which was one of the projects I was on towards the end when I was at Sega. That was like crazy. But it gets to you. It starts to get to you eventually because it's not the same as like, you know, when you're at home and you're gaming 24/7. By the time you get home, the last thing you want to do is just look at a video game. Because the problem is, once you're in the industry, when you get home and you're playing the game on your own, and Sin, you will concur with this, you're still looking for bugs in games. You're still doing shit that you normally wouldn't do when you're playing a game normally, because no rational person is going to run into that bush and try and get themselves stuck. And then you ask yourself, why am I doing this? I did the graveyard shift a few times. That's rough, man. I think I did it for like 2 weeks because I had to support the graveyard shift because their lead was off. So I kind of started at around 6 and finished at 7 in the morning. Really long shift, but that messed up your day. But at least it was 4 days a week. Myth, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. Reforge told everyone I was not a sympathizer. Yeah, Reforge is a nasty piece of work. But the problem is, just like Colin Moriarty, who's a dickhead, so is Reforge. Their audience loves what he said to you. Their audience loves that personality. That's what they're there for, so they keep up that appearance. They keep up that mantra. I had to jump. Exactly. Yeah, it's a thing that's. I remember when I got my Xbox One, I sat down. We got a day one. We got Battlefield. I think 4 was the first Battlefield that was on there. Me and my friend Mad Cow quickly hooked up on Xbox Live. We run in, and first go, right? First go. We're running in. My friend turns around and goes, "Chaos, where are you?" And I said, "I'm behind." And he goes, "Wait, I can't see you." I was like, no, just look down. And he just sees me running around underneath the map because I just fell straight through. That's the other thing. For some reason, if you're working in QA, you become a bug magnet. Bugs just come and find you when you're not even looking for them. It's funny. I heard a rumor if Microsoft didn't put Sea of Thieves, Forza Horizon 5, Grounded, Indie, as well as Gears Reloaded, Sony was gonna put PlayStation. What? I've heard a rumor if Microsoft didn't put Sea of Thieves, Forza Horizon 5, Grounded, Indiana Jones, Hi-Fi Rush, as well as Gears of War Reloaded, Sony was gonna put PlayStation first-party games on Xbox first. Nah, that was never gonna happen. See, regardless of what situation there was, no matter how you're looking at the situation, Sony didn't need Microsoft. I mean, now they do because they've literally got nothing. because of them canceling 9 games. But during the from the PS4 era turning to the PS5 era, they didn't need them. That's the brutal truth. Microsoft wasn't selling enough, and so they had to. That's it. If Sony's fortunes turn, then you'll see. I do expect Sony is going to do the same, but who knows? Maybe June the 8th will reveal something. That's all I'm going to say on that. Chaos, what's your thoughts that Nintendo bricking consoles might go against right to repair initiative? I think that's bollocks. Nintendo should not have the right to brick your consoles. Hey, he is called Mad Cow Tully. That's literally his thing. He's a crazy guy. But yeah, no. I think Nintendo being able to brick your consoles, I saw this. I was gonna make a video on it. In the end, I didn't bother because I just didn't care enough for Nintendo. But for them to have the ability, that there has to be a law that prevents that, right? That's crazy. Nintendo is out of control. But you know what? I was in Doc Dark recommended well, he tweeted out someone's stream and I was in there. And it's the first time I was watching them. I forgot what they're called now, but I did subscribe. And they were quite nice. They were very chatty and very engaged with their audience that was chatting. Not like me, they're not just responding to super chats. They were responding to everything. And one of the topics that came up was the whole Pocket Pair situation with palworld. And what I don't get is, now I get Nintendo as being completely trashy towards them, right? And it's clear that Nintendo is only targeting Pocket Pair with palworld because palworld is successful. They're not going after Temtem or Monster Hunter Wilds, which allows you to glide with your pet. Only palworld. So here's my thought process, right? Nintendo basically said you can't throw the Pokeball. So why can't I kick it? Why can't I just toss it into the air and then kick it straight at the Pokemon? The pals. That would be a complete workaround to the whole system, right? And your pets can't glide. Fine. Just make a pal hoverboard or a glide board or anything. Just make it materialize out of nothing, just for the sake of it. See, if I was Pocket Pair, that's what I would do. I would find workarounds for every single thing that they said, just to piss them off. Hey Wayne, how's it going? I appreciate that, Wayne. Devin, thank you so much for that $2 super sticker. I appreciate you, dude. It did not go unnoticed. And this is the other thing. If Pocket Pair actually, sold themselves to a big company like Microsoft, ain't doing shit. Those patents would just magically disappear into the oblivion. That's it. But Steve, what I'm saying is, What I'm suggesting is to alter the game. Instead of throwing the Pokeballs, toss it into the air and kick it like a football, right? As if you was a goalie. Toss into the air, boot, straight at the pals. That is a completely different mechanic to throwing, and it would work. Why wouldn't they do this? What's Nintendo going to say? Oh, they're throwing it with their leg? Is that what they're going to say? They're throwing it with their leg? Right? That's not going to happen, right? I mean, that's the thing. They shouldn't have been... That what the courts have actually allowed right now is one of the most dangerous things you can do in gaming, because those patents came in after palworld was released. So what happens, you know, if next week a company comes and goes, hey, we've just patented chainsaws on a gun, and so now Gears can't use a gun lancer because it's got a chainsaw on there. They have to change it to something else. But Gears came out years ago, decades ago. And what they've done here with the precedent that they've set means that any company can now come along and create a patent, and it will be retroactively active. That's crazy. That's way too dangerous to do. But do you see what I'm saying? That's like the real. This is what this lawsuit that Nintendo is doing is opening up. For example, if someone hasn't patented that picking up a mushroom gives you a boost in a racing game, I'm not even sure how you could patent that, but assuming it can be, someone could technically go and get that patent and then go to Nintendo and say, hey, you didn't patent this, buddy. You're using my mechanic. I don't care if you created it 45 years ago. It's there now, and you need to pay me royalties. Do you see what I mean? It's such a weird and stupid decision. It should not have been a thing. I mean, yeah, rum. Exactly. But here's the thing. For the longest time, Nintendo gets away with everything because no one cares. They did. Oh. Sandwich. Yeah, they don't. Their prices don't go down at all. Oh yeah, the FTC could easily screw Nintendo over in 10 ways till Sunday, but they won't do it. They won't do it. They could easily get involved. The FTC, the CMA, they won't get involved. And realistically, if it was any other company buying ABK, they wouldn't have got involved either. The only reason they got involved with the ABK case is because they wanted to teach Microsoft a lesson and give them a bloody nose to let them know that they're not above the regulators. Not really, Devin. So earlier this week, I released this post, right? I wanted to go in to some PlayStation podcasts and just see what's happening in the PlayStation world. Because I'm way out of loop on that. Like, really out of loop. Because I don't really see anyone really talking about PlayStation at all. Literally everyone is talking about Xbox. You jump into Mooch's stream, and all he's talking about with Crap Gamer and Nibs and the crew is how bad Game Pass is and how stupid Phil Spencer is. And they talk about this for like the best part of an hour. You jump into the other streams, and they're all doing the same. And I was looking for one that actually just talks about either gaming in general or PlayStation, right? Considering it's in the name, they are a PlayStation centric podcast. Mate, the vitriol that I got was crazy. Mate, the responses I got was phenomenal. It's out of this world. It's out of this world. As these guys are actually really cool. I like these. This is one of the podcasts I did find. They're basically like it's like a gaming competition, really. There's 3 Irish people in here, which makes it even funnier, especially if they're drinking. And it's more like a quiz show and like a gaming competition. Think the Golden Joystick here in the UK, and you're halfway there. So that's actually quite cool. But yeah, all I asked was this, and people got so offended. Mate, they came for me like crazy. I mean, Microsoft isn't above the regulators. That is correct. Uh, none of them are above the regulators. The regulators just don't care because they're not big enough. Microsoft is huge. You'll see that if Google, Microsoft, Amazon do anything, Nvidia do anything, the regulators are on them like a hawk. But if the small fry like Nintendo and Sony do something, they don't care because they're small fry in the big picture. That's why. I liked my own post. Damn right, I wrote it. If I ain't gonna like my own post, who's gonna like my post for me? I gotta start the trend, right? Yeah, but Sandwich, it was a lot more civil back then. Unless you was in a COD lobby, then all bets are off. Those COD lobbies were, yeah, there was something else. FTC's lost from Microsoft. They took the L's, so just to the FTC to give them a W to get. The FTC won't care. They don't see Nintendo as a big enough threat or a fish. Twitter shouldn't implement a dislike system too? Well, they don't have a dislike system. I mean, it is their job, but they won't do it. They'll only go after the big fishes because that's the one that will give them the big wins. They bet big, win big. Would FTC as an American thing? Would FTC as an American thing be able to go after Japanese companies like Sony or Nintendo if they... I mean, it's not just in Japan that they're doing it, right? It affects the rest of the world. So if it's only in Japan and it's a Japanese company and they're only doing it in Japan and it's affecting Japan only, then the regulators around the world won't care. That becomes a domestic regulation problem. But if it's a global product, then it becomes a global problem. But yeah, they really, really came for me in this one. Colin Moriarty came out to try and destroy me. It got quite funny. But I did get some nice ones, and I have been listening to a couple. But like I said, so far my favorite ones are the Irish guys. They're good. But that was an interesting post. I mean, all I asked was this question, and he came out and said, well, maybe you shouldn't be watching my show. I don't want you to watch my show. So I said, okay, if that's what you want, I'll skip your show. But we make people earn it by listening to at least 35% off topic nonsense over 5 hours because we have a discipline. On second thought, it's probably best you don't even bother. And so I said, I can't tell if this is sarcasm here or not, but are you saying not to listen to your podcast? Weird way to phrase something, dude. But if that is your recommendation, I'll skip it, no problem. Yeah, it's probably best to just mosey, honestly. Mosey essentially means move along, don't bother, don't hang around. So, fuck him, is my response. And then people started, coming at me saying, oh, why aren't you going to watch it? Oh, why aren't you going to do this? And I'm like, guy told me he doesn't want me watching his show. Why the fuck am I going to watch his show? There's a lot of... Why would I want to watch his show? If you turn around and are a complete dick to me, why am I gonna sit down after that and then watch his show? I don't need to watch his show, Moon Knight. There are plenty of others, and I found a few others. But I'm not going to go and watch his show just because after he said something like that. And that's part of my problem, Moonlight. I'm way too nice. But I thought it was funny the way they all came after me. You had Nicola coming after me, Puerto Rock, Colin. They were all there, man. All of them. All of the head honchos. King Crash, they were all there. MPG surprisingly wasn't, and if it was, I don't know at this point because I muted it. Oh, where did you get it from, Outward? I got this from Men's Kind shop. They had a blue and a black one. Paul, is that the puffy ones? The kind of fluffy ones that they've got now? They're horrible. The 4 minutes of the... And they keep coming at me like, oh, it's because you hate PlayStation, innit? Like, no. Well, you say all PlayStation games are crap. No. Well, you want Sony to shut down? No. Yes, you did. I remember you saying it. Well, show me. Well, I can't do that. Okay. Uh, that's because console warring generally gets you more views. If you are, it attracts a certain audience. So if you're doing that, you get a lot more of that audience coming in. Hey, I've still got an inkling you're gonna send me something pony related. It better not be. Well, it depends. Console warring will keep going until there's none left. The console warring used to be cool. It used to be fun. It used to be, an interesting way and a little bit of banter here and there, and you had a little bit of rivalry between platforms. But then it became one sided because Microsoft gave up like 2 years ago. And, that was that. But now you've got one side that continues to fight on the console war, and you've got the other side outside of Crap Gamer who just doesn't care anymore because they've already seen what Microsoft is doing. So they've said like, "Yep, the wars are over. Move on with our lives now." But it's Camp Blue that doesn't want to. And then, well, of course, since the Switch 2's announcement, Camp Red decided, "Hey, we're going to become the new console warriors." And if you've seen the new specs of the Switch, you might not be saying that anymore because that is weak. That's really weak. If those specs are real, it's weaker than the Steam Deck. Jesus. That's it. That right there, folks. That right there. That right there is the main reason why I don't get invites. Because if someone turns around and says, "Hey, look at this," and oh, exclusives and all this are bad and all this, and I'll call them out. I'll call them out straight away. Because that same person was definitely saying 3 months, a year ago that those games would never be exclusive, and exclusives are amazing. And then, I'm using exclusives as an example here, but I will call them out. But that right there is the reason. Oh, I've never denied that, Steve. Never denied that. Not for a split second. Not for a split second. Steve is definitely one of them. At the moment, it's kind of like they're they're kind of at like a junction at the moment. They've not landed at their next destination. The next destination is the Cloud Wars, right? But we're at least another 10 years away from that. So right now, it's about just almost like platform wars to a certain degree, but they're all heading towards the Cloud Wars. If that even is a thing. I'm hoping by that point people just won't care. Don't get me wrong, right? I don't mind doing banter, right? I don't mind having fun and, you know, joking about and, saying a few things here and there. I don't mind doing that. I think that's fun. It's engaging. And it's just, I'm having fun with all of you guys. At the end of the day, that's what it is, right? I'm just having a bit of fun. But there are way too many people out there on social media that take this stuff way too seriously. They don't know where the line is. And this is why I said console warring back in the day was way more fun. You know, if you had a beef with someone, they'd be like, right, let's jump on Street Fighter
Bullet
Alpha 3.
Skills celebrates 10 months of membership. Do you think Google will ever re-enter the console/cloud gaming market?
Wait, that actually worked? Do you think Google will re-enter? No. But thank you very much for that 10 months of membership. I can't believe that actually worked. I totally forgot I kind of got it partially set up, but I haven't got the stuff on screen set up yet. That's kind of cool. I was as surprised as you guys to hear that. I was as surprised as you guys to hear that. Leafstorm, if the specs that have been revealed are true, the specs tell you that they're weaker. But no speech this time? I knew it was dodgy. Chris, thank you for the 4 months. I almost pooped myself then. You and me both. Chris broke it. Like I said, I didn't think it was actually live. Yeah, it didn't work that time. Maybe super chance, but no, your one was a thing. I'm not actually sure. Maybe there's like a cooldown.
Ghosty celebrates 8 months of membership. Let's try fix it. Want to see how long I've subbed?
It just has something against Chris. Oh. That actually makes it easier. Yes, you did, Ghosty. Thank you for the 8 months. Thank you for the 8 months. And thank you, Chris, for the 4 months. I have no idea. But this one's interesting, right? GTA 6 could be delayed again, claims Industry Insider. Dun dun dun. Look, we are not 16th. Not in my heart, anyway. And that's what matters. Hey, you know, Steve, you know that they're going to be writing articles about this like for weeks now. I wouldn't say they'd lose money, but they're spending more money. That's for sure. That is. You may be a 4-monther, Chris, but I still appreciate you. This insider was specially, generated from Insider Gaming. It comes specially bandaged up. Do you know what? Wouldn't it be funny if they delayed it until next gen so they could avoid the Series S? Look, I'm joking about it right now, but what if these are actual conversations happening inside HQ right now? You know what, Paul? I've got beer and cider in my fridge and I can't touch it. Not until my sugar levels go back down to normal. It's so painful. So here's the thing. Where is it? Woodpit. Influencers get paid a lot of money. It's the bigger your channel. Like what was that MMO that got released? It was either last year or the year before. It was like a top down. It'd been out in Korea for a long time. Lost something. Does anyone remember the name? Lost Ark? Was it Lost Ark? Last Ark? I think something similar to that. Lost Ark. No, it was Lost Ark. Released on Blaze. So, someone I know who's a big content creator, and they were asked to stream Lost Ark for 30 days from when it was officially released globally. And for that 30 days, they were paid, I think it was $120,000. And so they hyped the living shit out of that game for 30 days. And then after 30 days, they went back to their normal gaming. And never spoke of Lost Ark again. But for that 30 days, the company got a lot of exposure from him because they generally have, give or take, 5 to 10,000 views normally. So for them, that 120 grand was worth it. Others got, like, depending on the channel size, others got 45,000. Some got 20,000 to stream it for 30 days. It really depends on how big your audience is and how big your influence is. But the point I'm making is all of them were faking it. The majority of them were faking it for that 30 days because they're getting paid. It's a job. It's very rare that you'll find people, and they do exist, where they say, "Hey, we want to sponsor you for this and for you to play it." And then that person turns around and really likes the game and potentially can actually continue playing it. But that happens seldom. What was mentioned in each stream? Oh, they have it in their their Twitch thing, sponsored stream. They have to let you know it's sponsored. Yeah, 100%, Steve. But this is the thing. Like, even if it's a paid promotion, they might actually genuinely enjoy it, and that's where the confusion comes in. Like, there was this gacha streamer who saw Saber in Honkai Star Rail, and he lost his shit. I mean, he went crazy, started screaming and clapping like everything. He was going absolutely mental, and you know that he faked the whole thing. Like, he was screaming like a little girl. Like, I mean, put it so he was screaming so bad it's like he just won the national lottery, and you could tell it was all fake. Uh, it would I if it's on Twitch, it would be on the title, or it would have to be somewhere on screen. So do you know when Sony gives me games, for example, and in the top left hand corner, I usually have something written as code provided by Sony, review copy provided by Square Enix, blah blah blah. That's my way of disclosing that this copy was provided to me. There's no monetary handover, but the code itself, which is worth £50 or £70, was given to me for review purposes. But that's my disclosing it, and I leave that on there full time so everyone can see it. And different people do it different ways. They can either mention it every 20 minutes, I believe, if they're not thing. If they haven't got it visible, they have to verbally mention it every 20 minutes legally. And if they don't, they can get in trouble. Pay me to play Redfall or Conquer. Man, can you imagine if they paid you if you got sponsored to play Golem, Pong, and The Walking Dead back to back to completion? That check better be blank, and I'll put that number in myself. Oh, they still have to pay you, Bags, because that's shut down outside of your control. For example, when Ninja went over to Mixer for 3 years, but Mixer died after 1.5 years, Ninja still took all the money. He got a massive, massive payday check, and it was all for free. I can get you to play way worse games than those. Yeah, I know. How high, right? You guys are crazy. Mixer was cool. And indeed it would be, Bags. Indeed it would. Sandwich, I think if Game Pass goes on to PlayStation, it will only be for Xbox games only. I think Sony will have a PlayStation Edition version of Game Pass where only select games are on there, and it will be priced differently, where it only has Xbox games, because they will want the rest of the games to be purchasable through the PlayStation Store. That's the only way I can see it happening. You should be very disappointed, Banisher. I wonder. wonder if that's working properly. Give me a sec. Let's see. By the way, how loud was that when it was reading out? It didn't sound too loud to me. Was it really loud for you guys? Chili's on Thursdays only. Although this Thursday, it's gonna be touch and go. I'm going somewhere on Thursday to check some stuff out. If you're following me on social media, I'll be able to post some photos when I actually get there. Before I can't really show anything else. So on Thursday you'll see where I am. But hopefully I can get back in time and we can have the normal stream. But I'm gonna put the placeholder up after I get home, if I get home in time. So Thursday stream is gonna be kind of 50-50. It was fine, good. Ah, I know why. Chris, I know why it didn't say it for you. Because it's for 6 and above. Let's change that to 1 and above. So that's why it didn't read it for you. There was actually a reason. Confirmed Chaos will be at Sony HQ. Paid pony. No, it's not. It's not a house. I'm going. I'm gonna be somewhere to try something, but I'm not at liberty to say where. But I'll be able to post some pictures on the day. The money is all about selling video games and selling PlayStation Plus. Chaos is trying what now? No. No. Yeah, I'm going to get to that, Jesse, because I actually want to talk about that. I actually find that quite interesting. But we're actually going to come to that soon, Jesse. So what do you guys think of a GTA 4 remastered? And obviously, once we get a remaster of GTA 4, we're probably going to get a remastered version of GTA 5. What do you guys think? Will you guys buy GTA 4? And in my opinion, why number 3 was which one was Vice City and which one was San Andreas? That was even more. Which one was Vice City and which one was San Andreas? No, I mean, but in the numbered. Number 3 was Vice City, right? Oh, Vice City was its separate thing. So it was GTA 3, Vice City, San Andreas, and then GTA 4? Right. Wasn't Vice City and San Andreas rated better than GTA 4? Not so much the order. I mean, I don't really play GTA. It's not really my cup of tea. So I haven't really been following the orders. Yes, you've actually met a content creator that doesn't really like GTA. But I remember my brother playing these. It might have been GTA 3 or Vice City. I remember when he 100%ed it, and all you get is a lousy T-shirt. He was not happy, although he did see the humorous side to it. Oh, by the way, I read some breaking news about GTA 6 today. Breaking news, and it's not even the delay. It's about the story. There's going to be criminal activity in there, folks. You heard it here first. GTA 6 breaking news is going to have criminal activity. Yeah, that definitive version was trash. Skydiving. GTA very hello? Yeah, no. No. Mate, I actually would love to see what GTA 6 would look like on the Switch 2. You call Cap? Nah. That's breaking news, Steve. What do you mean you're calling Cap? Anyone else want a Killer Instinct game done? Killer Instinct would be cool, but I don't think it'll sell. It's many options. It's different options. The future is a mystery because they can all go different ways. Well, yeah. Can you imagine that, Steve? See, Virtua Fighter 6 is coming. It's gonna be sick. It's gonna be sick. Did anyone see this? The new car in Forza Horizon 5. Got a video of it here. So this is the new vehicle that they're dubbing the crossover PlayStation Xbox car. What do you think of the car? And the design? I don't know. I'm kind of digging the whole design. Do you know what, Paul? If it's not a DeLorean, it can't be your favorite car. That's all I'm gonna say, dude. It needs to be a DeLorean. Well, that's the whole point, Susanna. It's the colors that are supposed to be the selling factor here. I know, Banisher. Guy just came into chat and just started leaking, information. A DeLorean is a DeLorean. Did anyone play this game? I was really interested in this game for the longest time. And then they kind of screwed it up by basically releasing it on PC first and not Xbox, and I just lost interest personally. And I said it was going to happen, that by the time it came out on Xbox, no one was going to care. I haven't seen a single soul talking about this game, and I think the developers made a huge mistake going the route that they did. I remember at the time in my Discord, I was saying by the time this game comes out, on Xbox to be playable, no one is going to care. Chat, I'm going to be right back. Someone's just calling me. Be right back. I'm being summoned. Sorry about that, chat. So yeah, did anyone actually play Towerborn? I downloaded it. I still mean to give it a try, but it kind of got lost in all the games that came out. You have weapon? That's good. I don't know. I think they just left it too long. Yeah, you can hear me. because they basically released early access on PC on Steam. I think in November last year or December last year, and there was a big, hoorah at the time because I thought it was stupid that they're releasing early access on PC when people are already testing it on Xbox. And they said, yeah, don't worry, we'll release it sometime early next year. And people were expecting like a January, February. But it came in April, like right at the end of April. I just think it came too late. And I don't think enough people were bothered about it in the end. And it's a shame because I think if it released day and date on the Xbox console, where it was supposed to actually come out on Game Pass, I think this would have had a lot more players and been a much bigger success. But this is why day and date is so important. $30 and then went back to Starfield. Nice. It's my type of game. Super simple, super easy. All right, now we're talking. I know it's early access, but there was no reason why PC got this earlier than anyone else, and I think it hurt it ultimately. I think it hurt its chances. No, not gotcha. Not gotcha at all. So here's the one that Jesse just mentioned earlier. I want to have a listen to this, and I want you guys to let me know what you think. Here we go. Because I've got my thoughts, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on this as well.
Random question. Well, we've got some of the community here with us. How would you guys feel if Xbox Era changed its name? I'm just floating this. I'm just randomly.
We've talked about it before, mostly just because we have somebody else's IP in our name, and you can't really do that long term.
But also, I'm thinking about considering like the nature of the way the industry is going, and especially Microsoft's particular push to be on everything.
Mm-hmm.
One name that was kind of floated internally here, and I'm just sharing this because why not? Is we've already got an application named Day One, so we were like, what about Play Day One? What about that? Because it kind of covers anything and everything, and yet it's still using a kind of like and we'd still all be us. Be the same content, just slightly different.
Yeah, Nick would still focus on Nintendo. The rest of us would still mostly use Xbox and PC.
Yeah, I'm just thinking out loud because I would love to. It would give us a lot more flexibility as well in terms of what we can cover. Because most of the time you're not going to go to xboxera.com for Nintendo news or PlayStation news and so on and so on. I wonder what that would do for like site authority and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's always the dangerous part. We've been struggling just to get Xbox Era up in the searches, so it would be tough if it's rebuilding completely.
Yeah.
But basically, as I mean, this guy's name is John. I'm gonna call him. Is it John? What the hell was that? It was probably the cat. I think that's John. But what's your thoughts? Well, the whole idea of calling themselves Xbox era, you got Icon era, etc. So it's kind of like part of an IP, but this one clearly tells the audience that it's an Xbox centric. So I understand why people would have put Xbox in there, but it's interesting. It's interesting that more, they are looking to change their branding image. It's not about so much watching, right? It's more the fact that they are looking to change and encompass everything as opposed to what brought them to where they are. And this change is clearly being done because of Microsoft's pivot to going multi-platform. They already have that Diablo. It's called Icon Era. Fusion Cube Gaming. I mean, that's why I kind of created, when I rebranded my original channel and then this one to the way it was. There's no real allegiance, there's no branding to any particular brand. It's just completely ambiguous. So I could technically cover whatever I want. And that's how I created mine. Wait, how did I steal your joke? I don't even know what I said. Braybone, you say this is stupid? Why is it stupid? Wait, what the... What did I say that you were typing out? Oh, well, that's good, Sin. I didn't say pony era. Someone else in chat said it. Why are you blaming me for? Who was it in chat that said it? Come on, own up. Own up. There you go. Diablo Mozart. There, I'm throwing him under the bus. Hey. Continuous delivery rebranded. No, wait, what? Yeah, I can blame Devin too. Game on Jesse, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Ever since Microsoft's pivot, this has been the case. And those channels that have been only Xbox have seen interesting sways. That's why I've kind of always tried to throw stuff in, mix it in, not just Xbox, but irrespective of what platform it's on, I've always tried to just throw bits in because I want to cover a bit of everything. Even if the channel is predominantly an Xbox one, I do like to cover other stuff as well. And that's why when I branded the channel, I didn't want to put any specific brand next to it because I wanted to have the option to cover everything. If I see something on PlayStation that I like or on Switch that I like, Google Stadia, Ouya, Etch-a-Sketch, Samsung Fridge, who knows? I'd want to talk about it. Wacko, 100%. How many rebrands to Dry Station? Well, I mean, so many have jumped ship over there, right? Like, have switched from one platform directly to another. Oh, if we're gonna do that, then Doom can run on bacteria. I mean, they're nice guys. I've listened to them a few times. Doom on a fridge. But yeah, this is what I mean. I like having the option of talking multiplat. That's just me. The Duck of Death at the moment, yeah, they do. But it's no longer restricted to one platform. So the brand image takes a hit. No matter how people want to sugarcoat it, the brand image will take a hit. And you can see that in just, the way they are functioning at the moment. So for those of you on PC, I'm guessing your mods are at the ready for
Rated
Sony accidentally released this. But apparently it's coming June 11th. I think Sony took this down immediately after because it wasn't supposed to come out. But it looks like the definitive version of Stellar Blade is coming. I don't know if these updates are actually going to PlayStation or not. AI upscaling of frame generation. Obviously, that's not there. But you definitely got more unlocked frame rate. Well, you already saw that with a 300. JP and CN voiceovers. Ultra wide support for those of you with ultra wide monitors. That's kind of nice. Sony's the publisher. Shift Up is the studio making the game, but Sony is the publisher of the game. It's got extra boss fights that I've seen, extra costumes to collect. Like this boss over here is new. But June 11th. That is the freebies. You got the complete edition.
PlayStation.
Go back there and stop. You get the glasses and stuff. You get the costume, which I don't think this exists. These don't exist in the thing. PlayStation version. And obviously these are the DLCs. The Nier DLC and the Nikkei DLC. Well, Susano's happy. Nope. I don't, Jesse. I know Bags has been trying every week. but I'm happy to cover games from any platform. And yeah. Want Eve to actually make her look like what the... See, what did I say? Take it easy, Paul. Have a good night, dude. You're driving the Lotus from Devon to London. Nice. It does, Devastator. Isn't it like got a day or so to release? Let me see. Doom. No. It's still got 1 day and 3 hours before I can get to play it. But no, I'd rather, just stay as a news channel that covers everything and looks at all games rather than, being hardcore on one platform. Yeah, I don't do early access, Devastator. I don't pay for that. I think it's a scam. And like I said, it goes live on the 15th at 1 a.m. here in the UK. Yep, them's are the rules, gaming. But unfortunately, I'm not gonna stay up that late on Thursday, and then Thursday I'm going out anyway. And if I get back in time, I'm gonna stream. If not, then I might sit down and play some Doom. But yeah, I'm more like that now, Susano. I just cover the games that I know I'm going to enjoy. I cover a bit of the banter, and yeah. But yeah, Stellar Blade 11th of June is going to PC. Surprisingly, Lollipop Chainsaw, which was released not that long ago, continues to get more and more outfits. Your Doom Collector's Edition? Nice. You've been up since 6 a.m.? Have a good one, Ghosty. Try to get a hold of my Game Pass set. GP surgery. Game Pass surgery. Oh. Game Pass surgery. But yeah, so Lollipop Chainsaw was remastered for all platforms. And they've done a really good job, and Yoshimi Yasuda has he's been full on with bugs and stuff like that on social media. He's been on top of it. People have been requesting features and add-ons, and they've catered to what the community wanted, all for free, by the way. So yeah, they've really pushed out the boat. If you haven't played this, it's really cheap. I recommend you check it out. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it really did, Brian, and I'm really happy for the dude that actually worked on it. What you shouldn't be though is this guy. Apparently he plans on releasing a tweet every single day until Phil Spencer resigns. You're crazy, Leaf. You're crazy. But then again, you got like a million cats, so they probably wake you up. But yeah, you'd think that this crap gamer would finally be over 2016 fiasco. It's coming up to a decade, and he is still butthurt. Get him on the show. All he's gonna do is just cry about Phil Spencer and Game Pass. Literally, is that what you guys want to hear for an hour or two? Man's gonna literally just sit there. Game Pass sucks. Game Pass sucks. He's gonna hold like a little placard, walking, around his room. Oh no, I never joke. Get Spencer and crap on the show. Now that would be interesting. That would actually be an interesting situation because I'd love to see what they would actually talk about, especially considering I'm totally going to bring up the 2016 tweet, and I'd literally just set them off from there. I mean, Game Pass isn't going anywhere. It's extremely profitable. Shopping done. Time for a brew. There was a lot of them, wasn't there? There was Tim Dog. There was Peter Ovo. There was Crap Gamer. There was a couple more that just completely disappeared. You had D-Batch. I mean, he's still here, but he went off the deep end. Not yet, Calendros. I don't know. I think it's weird. But what isn't weird is Persona 5X is coming to consoles. For those of you that don't know what this is their mobile gacha game that is coming, that's being ported over to consoles. It's a kind of reimagining of Persona 5. And yeah, the mobile gacha game was actually decently popular. It did relatively okay. Nowhere near as good as the likes of, say, HSR or Genshin Impact, but in its own little bubble, it did okay. No self-respecting adult that like Crap Gamer. Well, see, Crap Gamer's a bit weird, right? Because he jumps onto Mooch's stream and he cries foul about Xbox and Phil Spencer and all of this. And then after he comes off the show, he goes and makes a positive Xbox video. That doesn't even remotely make sense. have to complete metaphor. I still have to start it after buying it day one. See, Bags, this is what you've been waiting for your whole life. This is your moment. I don't know. Other people think it's Persona 6. But yeah, this is Persona 5 X. You all should be completing Shin Megami Tensei. Is there any gacha in that game? Because no gacha means we don't look into it. My head over my way. It's basically Persona in a gacha universe. So, Ori and the Blind Forest studio head says that they might shut down due to the impact of negative Steam reviews, but no rest for the wicked, apparently. But the CEO, creative director, had other things to say, and basically said, "Nah, that's not what I said, Jez. You got your information wrong. I never said no such thing." And in a really, really long post, he set the record straight. Vermintide? You was watching Vermintide? Why Vermintide? Did Jez block him? No, but Jez did actually question what he was saying. If I'm not, Jez tried to double down. I quoted you verbatim, and it said yes, but context matters, Jez. As a journalist, you should know that, and I don't think you know what verbatim means. I added a ton of context you apparently didn't read. Should I add this in too? I thought that was a little interesting. Because journalists do this quite often, right? They jump the gun and they start talking rubbish, and then things go horribly wrong, and then when they get called out, they get all defensive. Jez lost no sleep that night. But I thought this one was quite sad. Marvel 1943. This is actually a game I personally was looking forward to. Rise of Hydra. We have an important update. Marvel 1943 Rise of Hydra will now be launching in early 2026. That was supposed to launch this year, but it looks like it's been pushed back by half a year. Taking this additional time will allow us to add more polish and make sure we give you the best possible blah blah blah. Vermintide, I know there was that kind of a co-op version of Warhammer. I think it was was it Vermintide? I can't remember. But It arrived so late on Xbox. Again, it lost all its momentum. But yeah, you guys remember the trailer to 1943, right? That game looked sick, but with the Black Panther and Captain America. That Marvel game looks too good to be true, and it was a CGI trailer. It was, which is why I'm excited for the concept, but the trailer, was just a trailer. I think it still is on Game Pass. Whip it. I mean, it looked insane, right? Let me see if I can dig it up. Is this a movie? I don't know. I can't tell. I don't think this is a movie, but
The thing about history, it usually doesn't remember the
okay, that's
sacrifices made.
reference.
It only remembers the battles won.
The silence rules.
Nah, this is gonna get me demonetized.
They will take you to their headquarters, and you will.
No,
not
this is
return.
game.
I'm more concerned with the 6-foot cat man who's got claws that can cut through vibranium alloy. So what's his story?
He's known as the leader of Wakanda. His people call him Azuri.
By my count, that makes 2 super soldiers loose in Paris.
3, counting you.
And that's too many.
I'll be there before the sun rises. Before the Germans, before that American.
The shield and the panther, 2 symbols of defiance, standing in the way of progress.
It looks really good.
I do not take orders from anyone.
I don't have time for this.
We stand on the brink of darkness,
420p.
but Wakanda does not kneel.
And neither do heroes.
Take a sit on the throne.
Either way, it's not coming anytime soon, folks. It's been pushed back to 2026. That was one I was looking forward to. Apparently, Warner Brothers have revenue dropped by 48% in Q1, but that's what happens when you don't have any games. If you're not releasing anything, you're not going to get anything. Right. So someone recommended I check out this video, so I wanted to react. It's a bit of a long one, so I was going to react to it, but I'm not sure if I'm going to do it on stream. It's 16 minutes, which means it would be about 30 minutes. But it's talking about the whole Chris String situation, where he said that developers are basically pulling out of Xbox. And then obviously he immediately pulled it back. But it is a longish video, so I might react to that tomorrow if I have some time. I heard about that Devastator, never really followed it up, but I did hear that they were working on something. This is Rise, yeah. Who should license their games to PlayStation? Yeah, there's no way that game was in VR. I don't know. But yeah, I did plan on streaming that video, but now that I've looked at it, it's like 16 minutes long. Way too long for, in my opinion, for a stream. In VR with a 6090, that'd be daft. But yeah, it's I find it weird that Microsoft, in the end didn't reduce their prices for their consoles. I think they really should have on the 90-day freeze, but it just goes to show that the tariffs had nothing to do with it, right? The fact that those prices didn't come back down when everyone else is reducing their prices for 90 days until they figure out what's going on, it's clear that the tariffs had nothing to do with the Xbox price increases. Nah, that shit should have come out instantly. I guarantee you Microsoft is not going to reduce their prices. Yeah. That's what I've been saying as well, Susano. They will be used as an excuse. David, you'll see, the prices won't go down. Well, at the moment, they're postponed, right? Devastator for 90 days. Oh, I agree. I agree. But it'll be interesting to see if over the next few days or a week, they'll actually reduce the price. Do you think they will? Do you think they're going to reduce their price? Ever the optimist, Steve. Ever the optimist. I mean, however they want to reduce the price, I think they should knock it back down to the way it was before. Stop it, Steve. Yo, Steve, apparently you said you're going to send me something to open live on stream. What happened, man? I've been eagerly waiting to see what it is. I swear, if there's a spider in there, I swear. Yo, Susanna, my justification, because I want to. Obviously, it's not there. But obviously, it's not. I'm asking, where is it? And is there anything alive being transported inside it? I mean, Chris, that's what I would have done, right? If they'd been frozen, I would have went and did like, hey, effective from tomorrow, here's all the price changes. Sell price, going back to original. Or make it like $5 cheaper so it can actually be a proper sale. See, Duck of Death gets it. Let's see if any of these are interesting. Can't watch that on the show because it's going to have music in it. And that'll get me instantly demonetized. Let's see. I'm not sure if anyone wants to watch the Doom stuff either at the moment, Devastator, because they don't want spoilers. And there will be spoilers. And the game's not even out yet, so for those that are staying away from spoilers. But yeah, that Indie Cross one's going to have music in there. That will most likely get me demonetized. So was the other one you sent me, and I got demonetized from that one. So I'd rather not risk it. What ads are we talking about on a console? I don't know. I get people are really thing about those splash screens, but the one that comes up as you start your Xbox, I just don't see the issue with that one. Now, if people use the argument, well, if we allow this, if we allow an inch, they'll take a mile. I know that's not how the saying goes, but you get what I'm saying. Then I get that, having a zero tolerance. But most of the people you see complaining about it say, I don't want to press that extra button. Which is weird. Well, to be fair, Bags, there's been times where I didn't know a game was being released or there was an offer that I didn't know about. And it actually did, prompt me, and it's been a game that I was looking forward to or offer I was waiting for. And for me, at least, it has been helpful, at least on more than one occasion. What I think you should have the option of doing is having the option to disable it entirely. I think they should give you that option. But yeah, I get the whole bad precedent. But what they should do is, you know, give it the option to just outright just block it. To be fair, though, the one on PlayStation was way worse. You couldn't actually get rid of it, right? It was stuck on your screen. It was stuck on the bar. So what PlayStation had was definitely way worse. They should make you stare at it for 90... Steve, stop trolling. God, Steve just wants to piss people off at this point. What's wrong with you, Steve? Steve for CEO win. But yeah, no, I'm not gonna change my channel from what it is. Yeah, this is Rise. I'm not changing the direction of my channel. Now, a lot of people seem to mistaken my other channel, Chaos Lounge Gaming. That one and this one are totally different channels. They cover totally different things. So, a lot of people kind of tag me on the other one for some reason. But, yeah, that channel is totally, like, covers gaming in a totally different way. So, I mean, feel free to go check it out. But, yeah. I've never... oh, wait, I don't get ads on Netflix. No. I get the whole just zero tolerance for it, because if you give an inch, they'll take a mile. Wait, what? Oh, you're talking about the members only. Right. Well, not members only, but members early access. Yeah, my other channel doesn't have that yet. Maybe one day, but not right now. That channel has been so troubled, it's crazy. But what games are you guys looking forward to for the upcoming showcase? Xbox's showcase is coming up June the 8th. That's gonna be cool. Not gonna really say what I know is going there, because some of the stuff I know that is a nice surprise for you guys. Don't want to ruin that surprise, and hopefully people will keep their goddamn traps shut, so you guys, people can be genuinely surprised of what's gonna be there. But what are you hoping to see there? Quantum error. Oh no, no. No, you guys would have to pay me to play that game. No. I'm not doing it, Steve. I'm not doing it. It's not happening. Chili, they want me to play that rubbish PlayStation game, Quantum Error. No, you said Quantum Break. I'd happily play Quantum Break. I even bought it on PC. In fact, Humble Bundle has a good deal going on right now on PC, for those that don't know. Let me show you. I don't know if I'm allowed to show this. I assume I am. So for £7.80 minimum, and if you are going to go in here, adjust the donation, do custom, put charity at maximum. You get Wasteland free, Quantum Break. I know most of these are on Game Pass. Dusk Falls, Ori, Age of Empires, Broken Age, Sunset Overdrive, and Battletoads, all on Steam for £7.80. That's actually this game on its own is worth the money. So is this one, and so is this one. So you're getting some pretty cool games there. Steve, we all saw you in the previous stream say it. I can just go back to the VOD and look at the transcript and find it. I believe Perfect Dark should be there. And there's not hearsay. We could watch you blow it. Go away! Go away! I'm not doing none of that shit. I don't think Dusk Falls actually sold well. Then it got ported over to PlayStation, and I don't think it sold there either. I mean, Final Fantasy 12 essentially is the offline version, the offline game of Final Fantasy 11. They basically took Final Fantasy 11's MMO and said, this is what it would look like in a single player game. Because the majority of the developers that worked on 12 were from Final Fantasy 11. That's why you've got the whole Notorio Monster Hunt and stuff like that. You know, so it's basically FFX offline. You've even got like similar areas, from areas that look like Gusterberg to the Dunes, some areas that look like Bastock. So by the way, there was another game I saw recently that looked absolutely epic. Again, it's just trailer. I think Let's see. Right, all we have is this trailer from some years ago. But this actually looks really good. And I'm generally not one for trailers that offer no gameplay. But this Star Wars one looks really, really good. It's set in the world of Evilise, but that's as far as the comparison goes. No, it's still in development, Banisher. I don't know. If the game looks remotely like this in terms of the story, I'm interested. I just hope it's not going to be, you know, open world, low tiered. I don't want to see none of that. I don't want the Ubisoft effect on that. That was my biggest complaint with Outlaws. The Ubisoft bloat. I don't want that. The Ubisoft bloat just ruins the game. But as trailers go, this one is epic. Mate, the kamikaze wings. When is this out? No idea. I'm hoping this is going to be one of the games that we see either on June the 8th or at the Summer Games Fest. This is one of the ones that I really want to see this year at one of the showings. I mean, we can't rely on Sony to do a PlayStation showcase because
if you enjoyed this episode,
they just don't do that.
Even if you didn't, don't.
But yeah, I don't know. I liked it. Oh, it's not going to play like that, Diablo. Everyone knows that. But I like the kind of story trailer that it was doing. This was the cinematic reveal, which is very similar. So Contraband is one I've heard quite strongly that should make an appearance. You guys wanted one, I'll give you that one. So Contraband, I've heard a lot of people say that it's going to be there. In some form. It just had too much bloat, Banisher. There was just too much. I mean, that's the only word I can really use. Bloat. The game itself was fun. You know, I enjoyed it. Even the stealth missions. I don't like what they've done to them now. I kind of preferred the whole risk reward that you had previously, where you couldn't get seen and you had to do it perfectly every time. But I just think there's just too much bloat in there that requires you to go all over the place just so you can pick something up and come back. It's you know, I know it's optional, but still. Hey, Bags, here's one just for you, buddy. Did you know that they are going to show Xbox games at the Xbox Showcase? That's the greatest reveal you're going to get. They are going to show Xbox games at the Xbox Showcase. I know, it's mind-blowing, isn't it? Like, even the mere thought of that actually being a real thing is like... Wait, Sony had a state of play? Wasn't that just a Borderlands? Yeah, I mean, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and just say that was just something that they conjured up on the last second because they had nothing to show. They wanted one game, so I've told you guys that there's going to be Xbox games there. What more did you want? The Duck of Death, that's why I kind of try to stay, towards the last 2 or 3 days, I kind of tried to stay off social media. But we will be streaming it live here for those that are looking to hang out on June the 8th. And I think the Summer Games Fest is on June the 10th, 2 days later. So we'll be streaming that here as well, start to finish. That starts really late, doesn't it? If I remember correctly, the last time they did a Summer Games Fest, it started at like 10 and finished at like 4 a.m. in the morning. That was fun. I think I started going delirious by the time it got to like 3 o'clock. Hey, look, I told you. That shit ain't getting done for free. I need my therapy costs covered if I'm gonna do that. Chris, any game that they show that is going to be on PlayStation, it will have the PlayStation logo on it. Any game that's there that actually is coming to PlayStation, it'll have it. It'll have it thing. It'll have it there. Then they're gonna have that transparency, and they've said they're gonna have going forward. Yes, Susanna, that Borderlands 4, I don't think I've fallen asleep that fast in a show. I mean, sure, I was at the old Quack recently, and I fell asleep while the doctor was examining me. Apparently, my sleep cycle. So I did get some results back for those that actually do care about what was happening with me being constantly tired. But we've had some stuff back, and they're still checking up. But apparently, it's weird, but cognitive-wise, if my brain isn't active at the moment doing stuff, it kind of just switches off and makes me really tired. They're trying to figure out why that is, but that's why when I'm kind of like on stream or I'm doing something, because I'm constantly active and doing stuff, I don't feel tired at all. The moment I switch the stream off, I'll be extremely tired. Who knows? But they're looking into why that's actually happening. So at least we've got some kind of I've got some kind of, a response. So it's moving in the right direction at least. Chili. You're more than welcome to, dude. It will be on the 8th of June, which falls down to a Sunday. It's on a Sunday, and then... Oh, shoot. The Summer Gamers Fest is on the 10th of June? That's a Tuesday. Man, I'm going to have to book the 11th off, because there's no way I'm going to stream until like 4 o'clock in the morning, and then go bed, and then be right as rain on the 11th. They're running all sorts of tests at the moment, Jesse, to figure out what it is. But it was funny that I was at the old Quacker today. I was like, I've only been here for 2 minutes, and they're like, no, you've been in here for like 25 minutes. It made me giggle. But man, yeah, that would be interesting. But yeah, Chill, if you're available on Sunday, feel free to join me, man. Nah, there ain't no skill issues, it's just boring. And that Borderlands 4 trailer was boring. That state of play had to be the worst state of play I've ever seen.
Alright, what's up, guys?
So Griffin has basically started moaning about Doom. I think they're all just moaning about Doom right now because it's made by Microsoft. Oh, this is cool. I know some of you'd be interested in this. Precinct. I don't know about these ones, but apparently Precinct is landing on May 13th. Which is today, apparently. Apparently it's available. I know some people were interested in that game. So apparently it's actually available right now. It was a bad state of Borderlands, and it was trash. The Summer Games Fest is the 6th? The 6th? What day is that fall to? 6th of June? That's a Friday. That actually works. That reminds me. Next week, 23rd, we're going to be doing our monthly members games night for those that are YouTube members. So feel free to get ready. I'll have something out probably by the end of the week on what games I'm looking at playing or what we're looking at. But if you've got any preferences, let me know on Discord or over at social media, and we'll put it into like a hat or something and see what we can do. But yeah, 23rd is the date I'm looking at for that. I mean, May 13th is today. Oh, they did? That is good. Man, there is a... I don't get what Nvidia is doing. They are having serious problems. Apparently they've got problems now with Doom. I don't get it. Although I've never really experienced any problems that people experience. Yeah, I saw it was a 20-minute video, way too long. But Griffin hates everything, right? I don't think there's actually a single game I've seen him actually like. Not necessarily. If you are playing on a RTX 50 series GPU and enable G-Sync or V-Sync, multi-frame generation for NVIDIA control panel, you can crash the game. So until the driver is available, don't enable those. If you are playing on a 40 or 50 series GPU and enable frame gen, V-Sync still shows is enabled. V-Sync will still show it's enabled. It's a cosmetic issue. Users with NVIDIA GPUs may find that alt-tabbing while launching the game can cause the game to launch in the background and not be accessible, so you have to go into Task Manager to kill it. 50 series GPUs may experience TDRs or system hangs when starting gameplay recording using Shadowplay with multi-frame gen set to 3 or 4. Okay, that one doesn't really apply to anyone. But that one will. Let's see. Chili, did you want to jump on for a couple minutes? Before, if you've got any news to share before we part in our mysterious ways? See, I didn't get that, right? I mean, I know Doom generally has been doing really well, right? Review scores have been quite promising, and generally people have been quite favorable about it, unless they're actual proper haters of everything and anything gaming. But why would you make ray tracing on consoles, especially consoles, forced? Why would you make ray tracing a forced thing on consoles? It does, but ray tracing is always going to hurt performance.
Yeah, it'll always make performance worse. I'll say hi.
It does. And so why? Why not give people the option of just disabling it entirely?
They will in the future, right? It'll be a patch. They'll come out with a patch in like 2 weeks. Hell, when the game comes out officially, maybe they'll patch it. Anyway, hi everyone.
Hello. What news did you have for us, Chili?
All I was saying is the fact that I can't remember if you played Marvel Rivals at all.
I did.
they've announced that they've reached their first year anniversary because for some reason, not like any other game that I know, they're counting the closed alpha that nobody could get into anyway, really, as the start of the game. So they announced for their first anniversary that the Season 0 Battle Pass will be purchasable for a short time. So if you didn't buy it during the Season 0, you can, it's back, along with all the other stuff that was available pre-Season 1. Which is funny because it has now started people complaining on Twitter that, but I was here at the start. Why can everyone else get it again? Why? Just shut up. I have it. I've bought it. I don't care.
Yeah, but that's different, right? Because if they turned around and said, if you don't buy it now, it's gone forever, so make sure to jump into the game and get it now.
Yeah.
And
Well, I've
then
said you've got 2 weeks.
Then that takes the piss.
Yeah.
Right? Because your FOMO made me jump into the game to get it at that point and give you my money.
Yeah.
When I could have waited, I guess, a year, because it's coming back at some point. And this is why I like the way Halo does it, right? Halo's Battle Pass is just, you pay for it and it's there indefinitely.
Well, that's how Rival works as well. Like, if you bought the Season 0 Battle Pass while it was available, you have it forever. That's how Rivals works as well, Chaos. It's just that you have to buy it during the window of it being available. But once you've bought it, it's on your account. You can do it anytime you want.
Oh God, Warframe and Excalibur. No. That was horrible.
Excalibur Prime was still frustrating because they never gave it to console, which sucks because I started the game. Like, they never gave console a chance to get Excalibur Prime. I know, yeah. Hey, Chris. So, yeah, I'm excited, and there's also a load of other stuff that they're doing to celebrate the year. Like, you guys, anyway. I missed the Warframe. I played so much of Warframe back in the day. I still have those rare helmets that I could probably make millions from.
You should do it. Become a millionaire.
I don't know if you know about when they added helmets back in the day to Warframe.
Mm-hmm.
But when they added them, the helmets had stats. But then everyone complained because they didn't want to change the helmets to specific helmets for stats. They wanted them for cosmetic only. So they removed all the stat-based helmets and just added cosmetic ones. But if you had the blueprints already, you kept the blueprints. So if you had the blueprints of the helmets and it was only for about a week that they had them in the game, a week or two. So if you got the items before they disappeared, you kept them.
That's nice. They don't just deprecate.
So, no. But of course, that meant now they're like years old, and I have a load of the blueprints on my account still.
You should see how much they're worth.
I don't think they're worth that much.
So I've got a video.
Yeah, Bullets. Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
Yeah, Bullets. That is how the Rivals Battle Pass works, where you buy it, just like Halo. You keep it on your account, which is nice. That's how all Battle Passes should work. Yeah, Steve, because I got them before they became crafted. You can trade the blueprints, unless they changed it, which they might have.
Oh, there's an update for Wolverine. They said they will take their time to continue developing the game and provide info when the time is right. What? Oh, what?
I thought that was an announcement they made ages ago. That sounds familiar. Unless they made it again, which they could have.
So for those of you that were wondering what Precinct is, this is Precinct. No.
City is losing the war on crime. Entire neighborhoods are in the grip of gang violence. There are daily high-speed pursuits across the city. And
I don't know. This actually looks really cool.
Every single one of you took an oath to protect this city, its residents, and your fellow brothers in blue. That's what matters. Follow that vehicle. Perceptive progress at Litchfield. We got a vehicle fire here. We're the ones out there making the hard choices.
It looks cool, but it also kind of looks like any of those like mobile games that pop up. You know, there's an advertisement.
Yeah.
So a game that doesn't actually isn't anything like that game, by the way. This is what the game they advertise is, and then it shows a game that is nothing actually like the game.
Looks like that perp has been taken into custody.
They're doing something at Warehouse 6. I'm going in.
It looks okay. I was worried when it said top down because I can't play top down games. They give me headaches.
Really?
But this isn't too bad. Yeah. Yeah.
Now we go live to a police helicopter in a pursuit operation. Cops are deploying every
Any top down like I can't play for too long.
I seen a lot of kids come out of the academy all fired up about truth, justice.
I don't know. It looks interesting. It reminds me of like a completely remade GTA 1.
Yeah. I was gonna say it looks like GTA 1.
You know, GTA 1 and 2. Like Paul Harris would have loved this sort of thing if he was still here.
What about GTA London? It looks a bit like that. Remember that, man?
Yeah.
And that was such a hassle to play because you had to load the original game right and then switch the disc and then load the original game again or something like that. It was crazy.
I don't agree. People saying both console have not performed this generation. Games taking. I mean, if the games are taking too long to develop, then the consoles haven't performed, right?
Yeah.
That kind of it goes hand in hand. Man, body cam looks so real.
I wonder when the Xbox will have announcements for those games. Well, probably during the Xbox Showcase. Fantas, which is coming up soon.
Yeah, it's weird that they didn't have the partner event. I'm guessing they're going to have one in between the Xbox Showcase and whatever's coming next. But
yeah. Well,
ready or
they
not,
can't
it's
really have
coming
it
to
between.
Xbox. That's interesting. Have you seen Ready or Not?
No.
It's this one here. I don't know if Microsoft will allow body cam on there.
No, I think the Windows 11 update my PC. Wait, what? I mean, if you can type stuff, then it's not bricked.
911. This call is being recorded.
So this is Ready or Not.
I need the police. You need to send the police right away. Come help me. God, I'm sorry.
Blade is gonna be next generation.
You ready?
Yes, sir. Ready.
Move! Take it down! Suspect down! Right is down!
I mean, the graphics are really good. Man, we're finally getting to the Killzone PS3 graphics from back in the day.
Mate, have you seen those
In
graphics
gameplay.
today?
The trailer, I mean. Yeah, the really bad trailer. Yeah, the one that wasn't real.
It's just people are constantly talking about, oh, look at how good Killzone looks today. And I'm like, no, it doesn't look very good at all. The textures are horrible.
So, are you ready?
The original trailer.
Some people release like gameplay trailers. The textures look nasty.
I'm not talking about the game itself. I mean, like the original tech demo that Sony
I don't know, I'm
showcased.
talking
That was
about the
never.
actual game itself.
No, I'm talking about the tech demo. Sorry, I mean like this kind of looks a bit like the.
I have inside sources better than Kistring. I don't claim to have inside sources. I just, well, depends what you call insider sources. I just know people in the industry.
It's not
'cause I
just
used to
that,
work
but
there.
not just that, but like, if there was anything we were going to hear about Blade, we would have heard about it now, Yatta. So, like, we haven't really heard anything about it, so, which means it's probably 2 years off. And consider the fact that Microsoft wants the consoles out in 2027, means that it's a next-gen game.
I don't see
So-
this thing. But hey, I might be getting back to go. I might get the opportunity, I should say, to go back to the original company I started my QA career in, at Sega,
Nice.
as a CC to visit.
Oh,
They're
cool.
looking to potentially
Sega. Sorry.
get creators to go back. It'd be interesting to go back as a creator and not as an employee.
Yeah.
To see what's changed. I assume they're still in the same building that they were, or just on the Hammersmith flyover. Man, I just want to see what that. Well, I guess you can see what Wolverine looks like now if you really want to, but yeah,
I mean,
Blade
it's
will
an
most-
earlier build.
Yeah, Blade will most likely be a 2027 launch.
Well, if it even exists. I hate to be mean, but that franchise is cursed.
What is wrong with Hellblade 2? I'm actually confused. I really
Yeah,
enjoyed
Hellblade. I thought
2.
Hellblade 2 was really good.
I really enjoyed it. What's wrong with Hellblade 2? That's because game is just doing so bad at the moment.
We won't ever see 2 to 3 year cycle ever again, Donald, for gaming. It takes too long to make a game now. We'll never see it. It's not possible.
But it's there to. I mean, they clearly told you what the game was. It was a cinematic filmic experience. What was people expecting it to be? Were people expecting it to be action oriented, or like the first game when they clearly told you this is not what the game is?
And yeah, it has nothing to do with the fact it's not on Series P. It's more the fact that I'm just because of the Blade movie. The Blade movie is cursed. It's on. No, it's not. It's on. No, it's not. It's not on anymore.
Hey Chaos, Xbox hasn't lost players with the multi-platform plans. The number of users hasn't dropped at all. In terms of like overall users, clearly they've gone up, right? But in terms of Xbox users, they don't reveal those numbers, but I suspect they've probably lost a few. People who don't agree with what Microsoft's decision, way forward is. But honestly, on the grand scheme of things, Xbox is now Game Pass. If you're happy with Game Pass, then you're a happy camper. That's really the only selling point for an Xbox right now. Everything else that comes with the console, like quick resume and everything else, to me, those are bonus features. And the fact that I like the way the console looks. I think the console looks great.
Yeah, the Series X is pretty.
But I really enjoyed Hellblade 2. I don't know what, a lot of people didn't, well, a lot of people bashed it for no reason, in my opinion. But I really enjoyed Hellblade 2. I do think that they didn't focus enough on the psychosis. So there is that, right? I think they could have not reacted, but they could have focused more on the psychosis, and they just didn't do that, in my opinion. And I think that is it was a bit of a letdown, because that's what made the first game so special. It was her psychosis that threw you off a lot of the times and made it really uneasy. Whereas in this one, the psychosis almost felt like, how can I say, secondary to the overall experience. It was there, but you just didn't care for it. Whereas in the first one, if you listened carefully to what they were telling you, they were constantly kind of giving you hints on what you needed to do, or telling you a little bit about the law, or just little bits that made you want to listen in on the different voices that were coming out from each side of the headphones. I think they kind of lost that in the second game, but outside of that, I think it was good. And if you actually replayed it multiple times, they kind of got some of that back through the narration, through different characters narrating, which, kind of changed the experience overall a little bit. But I think Hellblade 2 was a really good game. I don't understand these black borders that they had. On PC, you could just mod them off. You can just mod those black borders off. And it actually renders full screen. Not zoomed in or anything, just it renders normally.
Nice, that's awesome. By the way, talking about story-based games, I've hit Act 2 of Expedition 33.
I'm still where I left off, at that camp. I need to find some time to play it.
Until the very last beat.
Hey, Devastator, take it easy, man.
Rest well, Devastator.
Rest well, my
I'm getting you internet tomorrow. Finally confirmed. I can't wait. I was a little nervous when I got the phone call, though, because I got a phone call from some random number, right? Just saying, are you in on Wednesday afternoon? It's BT. Are you in? I'm like, but it came up as an 0800 number. I'm like, yes. I'm like, I'm either going to get new internet or I'm going to get robbed.
But man, graphically, this game is on another level. And when people turn around and tell me that Horizon or any PlayStation game comes close to looking as good as this game, they are lying out of their teeth. This game was released a year ago, and it is still the best looking game out there.
That's the benefit of making your game focused on the platform. And also,
what will I become?
Linear.
Yeah.
People hate on linear games, but this is the benefit of linear games is this. You can focus on the graphics and make it more of a cinematic experience.
I know, but just look at it. That's actual in-game, man.
This place of fear and fury.
This ain't no CGI or anything. This is in-game. This is how you actually play it. And then you got, those PlayStation fans that are saying that Horizon looks better than this. Piss off. No chance.
But yeah, even if Xbox and PlayStation are the same, Sony hasn't made a game like this. So they haven't made a linear game like this for a while. So.
But that's irrelevant, right?
I don't even think they have the talent.
They're saying that Horizon Forbidden West looks better than this graphically.
No, it doesn't.
Fades away.
And it's funny, wasn't like the main actor like originally the voice actor or something like that. I can't remember. There was some weird story around the main character of this game.
No, she played the first game and the second game.
No, but like before she played she wasn't supposed to be the voice actor of the first game. It was something weird that ended up making her being the voice actor.
Oh, I'm not
or something
sure.
like that. Oh,
Lives inside me tell me to let go. The shadow will always hang.
But Duck of Death, that actually makes a lot of sense. I didn't know that. But yeah, you do kind of get. I guess that's why it kind of felt secondary. If she was learning to coexist with the voices, that actually makes a lot of sense, because that would give more reason for it to be in the background rather than the main foreground. And like the first game, it was definitely in the foreground, and there were times when it got really uncomfortable, and you know,
that was it. Sorry.
Made my skin crawl at times.
The voice actor we've got now for the character, she was hired to be like a stand-in to do like, for them to take pictures of her and stuff like that, and like to be a model for the game.
Hey, great.
And then she started talking, and they're like, "That's a good voice," and then like, "We'll hire you as the voice actor," and she's like, "I'm done voice acting." They're like, "Still, we're hiring you." And she was supposed to be just a stand-in / photographer for the event.
Right.
Like she was a motion
I didn't know
capture
that.
artist originally.
But yeah, that actually makes sense. But you know, the thing that I liked about this one, especially if you play it multiple times, right? Because it's a short game. It's like a 6-hour game. If you once you've played it through the first one, it opens up the option for different narrators. And when you pick them, instead of having the original kind of narration going through the main campaign, the narration that you get basically tells the story from the perspective of that narrator. So when you actually get to the parts where it involves them, they start unveiling a lot more information about what they truly felt. And it's crazy because a lot of them were actually using and abusing Senua, lying to her face, and they knew that she was suffering from some kind of mental illness, and they were using that because they had really no other hope of them beating whatever was there. So they were sending her essentially to her death with the hope that she might succeed. It's a lovely thing that they did. I really appreciate this game. Yeah, the only thing I didn't like on console was that it was restricted to 30 FPS. Have they released a 60 FPS patch for this yet? I thought by now for sure they would release one.
I think it's possible on PC, but I don't think it's possible on Xbox
because
yet.
I played this on PC. Because console was restricted to 30, so on PC I had it at 60. Everything set to ultra. It was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Like, where is it? Let me see if I can find it. Like this scene here. And I've got software ray tracing on mine, not hardware. It didn't do it. Like, these shots do not do it justice. It just looks so much better. These were the puzzle areas. But yeah, when you had like the particles flying around and the rain going everywhere, it was phenomenal. It was lucky to get 30. Yatta, I'm about 50-50. It depends what I've got available to me. If my kids are on my Xbox, then I play on my PC. If they're on my PC, I play on my Xbox. It really depends where my kids are. I don't really take them away. I don't like kick them off stuff. If Roblox on consoles is pretty bad, so they prefer on PC because they can type and chat to their friends. They don't like jumping on voice. So if they're playing Roblox with their friends, they jump on my PC. Then I move over to my Xbox. Yatazak, he's been trying to convert me to go full PlayStation for months now.
Yeah, don't do that. There's no reason for me to be here if you did that. Then I'd have to convert to full Xbox.
Still thinks I'm the number one pony. But yeah, so for me, it just depends what I've got available. Or lets them play on PC for a fee. No. I get that, Steve. Like, I totally get that, right? But here's the thing. Here's the one issue I had with them is when they said putting it to 30 FPS was a creative decision.
I mean, if they were going to say that, they should say we're going to put on 24 FPS.
I mean, they joked about that. They said they tried it and it didn't work. They actually tried it at 24 FPS internally on the internal demos, and it didn't play well. So they actually did try that. But
for anyone that wants to know, that's what movies normally run at.
Yeah, but my question to that was, if that is what you're doing, then the PC should be locked to 30 as well, as a creative decision, right?
Yeah. Well, in Ninja Theory, remember they also made a really beautiful PlayStation game as well before this. I would love a remaster / remake. Heavenly Sword.
I remember that.
Yeah.
That was that blonde-haired chick with the greatsword, right?
I thought she was a redhead, right?
Was it redhead? But she had a greatsword.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a 23.99, I believe, if you want to get exact. Wait, what's happening with tough stickers? What's going on, Brick?
Beef says, which he could finally be the best PlayStation podcast. Man, that tweet exploded.
See how many butthurt people there was?
Yeah.
I just don't get why people got so upset with that tweet. It didn't make any sense.
Also, man, I'm not going to name names, but come on, you're one of the big PlayStation creators. It's like, well, we don't want you to listen to our podcast.
Sacred symbols. I'll call them out. I don't give a shit.
Why would you say that to anyone? Why would you say, yeah, we don't want listeners? Go away.
Of course, everyone started defending him. Oh, he's only being sarcastic. No, he wasn't. There was no sarcasm there. I did that. It's sacred symbols. And then people are like, well, you can still watch it. And I was like, oh no, if he doesn't want me to watch it, he can piss off. I just won't watch it. There's plenty of other ones that I can check out. Like I found an Irish one. And I mean, they are full on Irish as well. With the humor, which is great, because I love Irish people. They're really funny. And yeah, they've got like, do you remember the was it the Golden Joystick show? Award TV show?
The Golden, yeah.
You remember that, where they had like competition gaming you had to verse someone with other people, and whoever won the event would walk away with the golden joystick.
Kind of.
It was a thing here in the UK, and so they're basically doing something similar to that. The three of them basically take part in gaming, and the winner takes the prize, and the losers.
How dare they do actual gaming? The monsters.
Oh my god, there's a bug on the wall.
Quick, get that spider you were going to kill.
This is DEFCON 1. Yo, Ram! DEFCON 1. DEFCON 1.
Tiny bug on the wall.
Mate, screw it.
Night Banisher.
I'm gonna create my own DEFCON. DEFCON, get your ass here. This is literally a national emergency. There's something on the wall. Right there, I'm looking at it. This is not a drill. This is a situation of life and death. If that thing, yeah, you can see it right there.
That thing?
Yeah, that thing right there. It's moving, man. It's not supposed to move. It's supposed to just stand there. I don't care what you need to do to kill it. Just kill it. But it's still moving.
He just grabs your PC and smacks it.
It's not flying, it's just sitting.
It started to fly. Look, it's flying away. There it is.
Okay, when it comes to land. Where is it?
It's on the light.
Right
Look, I can buy a new light. There you go. My life is saved. No, I don't want it. Go away. My life is saved, chat. I'm gonna send you the biggest falsehood I can find.
There, Chaos. I mean, Chris.
Hey, have a good night, Chris. Night Banisher.
Yeah, great. 1943 Rise of Hydra did get delayed.
Yeah, it did. Yes, it's like I think it was Games Master.
I didn't think I really owned a Games Master. I mainly bought the official PlayStation magazine.
Oh no. Brick, that didn't happen. Please tell me that they didn't scuff the story for 5.0.
What?
Oh man, I think I'm... Oh. That'll be interesting for Wednesday.
Has a price, yeah. Why? Why are you shocked that? Why is anyone shocked? I thought the official PlayStation magazine came with demos, so of course I'd buy that every month.
Look, Susanna, there's a thing called out of sight, out of mind. If I don't see them, I don't care that they're here, because I don't see them. But if I see them, then it becomes a game of Hunger Games. One of us is gonna die.
Red light, green light, but with spiders.
As long as they're nowhere near me and I'm the shooter, that's okay. But crisis was averted, and I get to live another day. Even David. I don't eat any spiders.
Is that true? That's not true, right? I can't remember.
It's supposed to be. You know that? Do you remember that guy that went on Britain's Got Talent?
Yeah. Yeah.
The one that taped his face. Yeah, that's me. To make sure I don't eat any spiders. It wasn't a spider. Why do you all think it was a spider? It wasn't a spider. It was some weird flying thing. Spiders don't fly.
Some spiders can fly.
But this one wasn't a spider.
Maybe it's a daddy long legs.
Have I ever been on Mooch's podcast? No. I have been on Poeta Rock's podcast, and I have been on King Fresh's podcast. And credit to them. They were really nice. They treated me very well. And anyone that tried to be a full-on dick, they kind of put in their place. So, that was nice of them.
Okay, it was a ladybird.
It was not a ladybird. I don't know what it was. It was just there. And it was like that big as well, right? It was like that big. It was like bigger than my phone. So they needed to come and take care of it.
Bag says, what is One Pony show podcast you would never be the join, I'm guessing?
What is one pony you would never join? If I don't get an apology, then it'd probably be Sacred Symbols. There was no reason for him to be rude like that to me. Well, VG Fight School was a video that I wanted to react to today, actually. But the video is like 16 minutes long, and I think it's a little long for a stream. So I'll do that offline and post it tomorrow. But I've been trying to get VG Fight School on a Tuesday, but it's been difficult, to say the least.
Oh.
Rising Tides. Wait. Susanna been playing Final Fantasy 16. Let's go. Girls, don't come to Australia then. Mate, you should see them in Cyprus. In northern Cyprus. They're just as bad. I mean, the spiders aren't anywhere near as big as the ones in Australia. But you got creepy crawlies everywhere over there. When I used to go, I remember my dad used to go like in advance, didn't he? Just so he can clean the house. So when we got there, no creepy crawlies. Yeah, we've been like this for it's been a long time. Yeah. I don't mind appearing on anyone's podcast in general. Demoflow has invited me a couple of times. I've been on his one. As far as Xbox podcasts go, his is the only one I've actually been on, I think. And I like Demo. Demo's actually he cares more about the games than the platform itself. He's not, he banters about the whole PlayStation, Xbox stuff, but he just cares about the games. And as long as the games are there, he's happy. And I like that. I like that attitude. That's the right attitude to have. I like Spider-Man. Spider-Man is cool. Because he's still a man. And I'm Batman. You see? See how this works? So pretty much. But yeah, it's let's see, is there anything else out there? My favorite thing so far about Doom is how heavy you are. You quite literally shake the earth when you vault down off a ledge. Oh, camera shake. That's not good. Oh no. So, Yasha, Legends of the Demon Blade. The Xbox version gets delayed. Xbox One and Series X version, originally scheduled for launch May 14th, which is tomorrow, will be delayed due to pending final approval from the platform. God, Microsoft, you just need to fix this shit, man. Every
Oh,
time.
I just saw something.
Every time. This is actually a good game as well. I really enjoyed this on the Steam Fest when I tried this.
You know what? I've got one thing that might be, if you haven't talked about already, might be something to end with.
Go
on. ZeniMax Media has filed some new trademarks.
Oh yeah, send me a link.
It's a Twitter post. They've here you go. They've trademarked. Which way
you know
would
why
be
Xbox
best?
is slacking? Because we're not paying them enough money. Do you know what? I'm starting to think that there's some truth to that statement. Do you know what it is, chat? I actually think that Steve actually works for Microsoft and he comes to this podcast to pass subliminal messages to see how receptive people are to what he's saying. I'm starting to think that there's some form of conspiracy here.
Give them one, Chili. I've sent them a message.
Did you?
Well, I've sent it in the StreamYard.
Ah, okay. StreamYard.
Now, I don't know if it's anything important or if they're like just renewing stuff, but
how does this super chat work? Apparently you can have it read out stuff with custom voices, like, but I'm not sure what the prefixes are. So you can have like Biden, Brian, Chloe, Doom, although Doom isn't available on the plan I'm on. I'm gonna unlock
get some. Something like
that.
that.
There's a Moxie one. I need to test this out.
I would go broke for the Moxie one. I have such a crush on Mad Moxie.
I can hear like a children's plaything in the background. Is that you?
Yeah, sorry. It's the Final Fantasy 1 theme. I was doing some cleaning
right.
and I found a music box that plays the Final Fantasy 1 theme. I've been fidgeting with it.
Nice. So we've got Wolfenstein that's being registered. I think these are just standard trademarks for other clothing, toys, and games. Deathloop. I think they're just renewing the trademarks. Quake, yeah. They're just renewing the trademarks.
Bill. Just in time for the June showcase, though, really.
What's the one game you hope that will be there?
Out of those?
No, in general. For Xbox.
I don't know, to be honest. Like, Microsoft has so many IPs, I don't know which one were... The problem is, I guess Fable, Yeah, I want more details on Fable. If I had anything.
Apparently the Switch 2. You know when they were talking about the Switch Pro? Which they then apparently may have just converted.
Which turned it to the OLED.
No, because the processor that was rumored to be on the Switch Pro has been identified as the processor for Switch 2.
Ah.
Which is interesting.
But yeah, Fable is probably the Microsoft game I would say.
Fable?
Yeah. So I'm trying to think of ones that have already been like announcements and they're possible.
I just want to see something from Halo. I want that Halo hype back.
Yeah.
I really do. I think Halo has fallen off a lot. And I want them to show something for Halo that will get everyone going crazy. And then they need to show Gears E-Day coming 2026, but show something really cool for that as well. And I'll be happy with the showcase.
The thing with Perfect Dark for me, Diablo, is the fact that it's mostly Crystal Dynamics making it this now, isn't it, really?
Making what?
Perfect Dark, because the team is having Crystal Dynamics, isn't it, help them out with it?
They're helping, yeah. I don't know if they're making it all thing.
I don't think they're making it, but they've definitely put a lot of effort into it, from what I've heard.
But yeah, I just want that excitement of gaming back. I feel like gaming now doesn't have that sense of excitement that we used to have, like say 20 years ago, 15 years ago. It feels like games just land and no one cares. There's no fanfare for it. No one's excited.
That's because there's more games.
Yeah, but even before, I mean, I disagree because the PS4 era, and you know, the Xbox One era, I was way more excited for when games came. And even if you go back to the PS2 era, where there was hundreds of games, I mean, the 360 era, you had, you know, multiple games coming out for a franchise in one generation. I don't know, it just feels like back then it was just different. Now it's all about, oh look, this game has a pixel out of place. It's garbage! And everyone just shits on it because it's on the opposite platform. No one's excited for games anymore. Dude, if they actually released a couple of games that I'm excited for, I would be over the moon. Like, let them do like a proper Nier Automata 2. You'll be seeing me jumping for joy. A new Metal Gear Solid that's not a remake, I'll be jumping for joy. A new Splinter Cell that's not a remake, I'll be jumping for joy. Final Fantasy 17, I'll be jumping for joy. You know, there are games that I will genuinely get super excited over.
I really hope 17's not turn-based.
After Clair Obscure, it might be.
Please don't.
Although I do like the fact that people are saying that you like Devil May Cry, yeah, but it's not better than all those games. That's just me stupid now. But I do like the fact that, you know, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, well,
yes, that's
you know
it.
what they should do? They should remake Resident Evil 4 in the original version of, well, one of the original versions of Resident Evil 4.
No, that game has been remade enough. That's just let
No,
that game
they
be.
should remake it as the original Resident Evil 4. You know about the original Resident Evil 4, right?
I do, but that game really needs to be just left alone now.
No, I don't think you know what I mean.
The original GameCube version.
No. The original one.
What original one?
Before it got scrapped internally, Resident Evil 4 was set in a castle, just like because it got turned into Devil May Cry, and Leon was fighting ghosts and spectrals.
See, that could work. Hey, Pixel, how's it going?
Yeah, before it got scrapped 2 times, but one of the things where they got near the end of making the game was when they had the it had it like in a giant castle, and your Leon, I can't remember why you were there, but yeah, it was like a horror based Ghost game. And that eventually got turned into Devil May Cry 1. So Devil May Cry 1 is actually just a mod of Resident Evil 4, when you think about it. Yeah, bag. I mean, I'm a PlayStation fanboy. Why wouldn't I love?
He is a pony. He is a bona fide pony.
Yeah.
But
Nay.
Claire Obscure has been touted as a Souls-like game.
I got to a Souls-like area. I'm not going to say more than that, but it's very...
Well, that's going to trigger some people.
The enemies remind me of Souls characters, like...
No one's flexing. At least I don't think they are.
Yeah, no, I'm flexing right now with my amazing... No, I'm not. I'm flexing that I spend way too much time on the internet.
Have a good night, Steve.
Have a good night, Steve.
Hey, look.
Are we...
You can't have a pony on the chat without having talks of a remaster.
Yeah.
It's a thing. According to the internet, apparently it's Souls-like, Susanna. I knew that would trigger you. Oh. But yeah, I just want to. I'm really hoping that we see it. We see Halo at the presentation, because it's been a while since we've seen anything from Halo, and I'd really like to see something that would just blow our minds. Because I think we need it. I think it's time for Halo to make its grand comeback. Have a good night, Diablo. What's this?
Oh.
Just something that someone sent me.
Hey, talking about Persona, we've got a Persona gacha game this week announced.
Yeah, I saw.
Persona Q. Persona 5Q.
Persona 5Q? You mean X?
Oh, X, that's it.
Persona 5
Q is a
X,
different game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, they're going through letters, okay?
So, the funny thing I wanted to talk about today was Doom. Has anyone actually started playing it, and what's your thoughts? I'm not in the early access crowd. I'm waiting for it to release in just over a day. So, what's everyone's thoughts and reactions to Doom? I'll have my thoughts probably on the Thursday show, if I get a chance to play it by then. But I am curious. Last showcase for Sony? God no. The last showcase for Sony was terrible. It just had one game. I don't even think you can classify that as a showcase. Can you classify one game as a showcase?
Not really.
You can have me on Forza Horizon? No flex. Well, If you can drive in a straight line, you're better than me, Pixel.
Horizon won't be announced, right? Because they've got to have Motorsport first. I think.
Colt said soon is good. Okay.
I want to order Chinese food, but it's like, I miss Chinese food so much. Well, okay, I miss the Chinese food that I normally eat.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I like a bit of Doom, but you guys know me. I'm a real stickler when it comes to early access. Paying to get the early access to a game, I just don't agree with it.
Okay, but the next one would be Horizon. I thought I've already had Motorsport then. Since Horizon.
I like Forza Motorsport. I think that game got a lot of slack. A little bit of it was probably deserved, but I think it got unfairly treated.
Okay.
But Horizon 5 is epic.
I'm hoping that Horizon 6 is in Japan.
So is this dude supposed to be that DSP people keep talking about? I don't actually know. Apparently,
Dark Side Phil?
I don't know. But apparently his gameplay is supposed to be riveting.
Well, I'm on my edge of my seat right now.
Yeah, this guy is a bona fide pony. He's one of you.
I mean, to be fair, he is making a video like I do. Not talking at all. Oh, no, he's saying words!
So is this DSP? What's he doing?
It's not a remaster. The thing is, though, Susanna, I don't think he's playing good.
What do you mean? I thought this was like how all the legendary players play.
God, okay.
He dropped the difficulty. I mean, I did the same for Claire Obscura.
What difficulty are you playing that?
I'm playing on story mode.
He dropped the difficulty.
He would not die. Come on, you saw how much I put into him.
Wait, he died on story mode? He died on story mode? No.
Yo, he's still not dead. I can't move.
He's gonna die again.
Are you kidding?
No way.
I don't like it at this difficulty, guys. This is insanely annoying. It's not even fun.
No
I'm
way.
getting all my life taken
How
away
do you
by
die
tiny
on
little hits
story
from
mode?
vast distance. I can't even execute the enemy. He won't die. This is so bad. I already had him.
Well done, you
twice.
killed an
I had
enemy.
2 life sigils for that. I don't like this increased difficulty.
Hey, he does
You
not
did
play
it.
like me.
Every enemy hitting me for monster damage.
You see up there in that building over there, somewhere over here? You see that building where
Well,
he
like, dude, I
this
had him
thing?
killed twice,
Or even that little
and I could
kind of
never get enough to
building
stun
top
him
there.
and kill him.
I'd be sniping
And
from
then
up
he
there.
hits me
There's
from
no
max
way these
distance,
people
he
are
gets
gonna.
90 health off of me.
These enemies are gonna come and get me.
Yeah. Again, like I said, I think I'm going to end up changing the difficulty. I really have a strong feeling I'm going to.
Well, yeah, but yeah.
Alright, so at least we did
Oh,
everything there.
he's not playing on the
New
easiest
area,
setting.
Some secrets coming up.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm trying to get into the flow of it, you know, the flow of combat.
I thought
but
that
when
was just
do and I start
lingo
to get into
for-
it, then all of a sudden something hits me from off screen. Dead.
No, I was saying I'm playing on easiest
That's
mode.
not fun. With Doom, when you played old school Doom, right? Yes, it was all about constant movement.
Story mode is
Movement
easy
literally
for
entailed, hey,
Claire Obscura. I'm just really bad at the parry.
right?
And it was frustrating me
Chase
on
around,
stream.
Don't get stuck in a corner.
You could just dodge, right?
And then that was good. Now it's
Yeah,
like,
but I suck at that too.
moving, dashing, jumping, you know, darting, still get hit from behind, like, and then it's 90% damage on top of getting hit from behind. Like, come on, like, sheesh.
I do like the fact that I just found an item that gives me AP every time I fail a dodge
Like
though.
me, the default
It's
difficulty
great.
is probably what's intended here.
Nice.
I
Well,
found
sorry,
some
every time I
gold.
fail a parry, I
He's
get
not
a
doing
PP.
anything here. And that's the end of
Yeah,
that
this
clip.
is-
At
well
any
done.
moment, he can play at professional level.
Yeah, sure. If all the professionals are asleep.
So, Fallout Season 2 will premiere on Prime Video this December, and they've apparently renewed it for Season 3, 4, and 5. That's got to be impressive, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Calandros rewarded for failure. It's true, yeah. Look, the only thing I'm happy for that got announced today is, you know, Daredevil Season 2?
Yeah.
The voice, not the voice stat, the actress behind Jessica Jones is coming back.
Oh, nice. That series needs
Yeah.
something, because Season 2 was garbage.
Yeah.
The same for Andor.
I mean, Season 1
2.
was great, but that was also because David Tennant is amazing in everything he does.
When I say Season 2, I'm talking about the latest season of Daredevil Reborn.
Really? I thought that was good.
I found it so bad.
Daredevil Born Again.
Yeah, I found that so rubbish.
Yeah, I liked it.
Watch the original series. Just way more action. Way more Daredevil. This was just all just lawyery stuff. There is a
I mean, he's a
Netflix-
lawyer.
Yeah, but I could watch Suits for that. And it's way more conniving and interesting. Andor Season 1.
And it
is
also probably
phenomenal.
didn't help that it was. It probably also didn't help that it was supposed to be 18 episodes.
Maybe, but like the whole way Frisk was this kind of nurtured human, and then he shows himself like for 10 seconds towards the end of the season. Like, I don't care. I'm more interested in the woman because she's the one running the show.
Yeah.
She's the one that's got the power play. They kind of almost took Frisk out. I don't know. To me, it didn't hit. They kind of undermined Frisk a lot. And Andor Season 1 was phenomenal. Season 2, I didn't know what the hell was going on or what I was watching. It was just bad, literally just bad. Start to finish, it was rubbish. Oh, see, Brick agrees as well. It was 8 hours of nothing because nothing happened. That was the point, that nothing happened. There's a reason Netflix nixed it. Oh shit! Coronation Street. Oh no! Oh shit! At least he didn't say Emmerdale or something like that. Or what's the other one that's on that's a Scouser one? Can't remember. I don't know. It's almost like they're creating series for the sake of doing it. See, the political parts of Season 1 in Andor were really good. and they actually were done in a really good way. In season 2, it's just shit. Like, if I had to give an overall rating for Andor season 2, it would probably be a 3. And that's being generous. For Born Again, I would probably give it a 5. Because there was moments in there where it actually was okay.
Born Again is probably a 7 for me. But then I'm also one of the few people in the world that like She-Hulk, so...
I'm not even sure which series you're talking about, Brick. That can apply to both series. That can apply to both. That can definitely apply to both. I have no idea which one you're talking about when you say that. Because I get it. I get it for both.
Well, thank you for letting me jump on for a little bit.
No worries, dude. Guys, you can find Chili over at...
Here on a Thursday.
I actually was talking about thing. Seafried. That's your cue, by the way.
Are you sure? Okay. You can find me over on Holified Saying Gaming, where I've been uploading a lot of Naruto to Boruto videos. There's another Bleach video that went live today. A Bleach short went live today because my views were down, and I knew I need to post another short to make my numbers look good, because shorts do that. So yeah, you can find me at Holified Saying Gaming on YouTube. I'm currently at 173 subscribers. Thank you to everyone that's come over to support the channel. Thank you to everyone that watches the videos. Thank you to people like Chaos and such, that Chaos and to comment, sorry. Like what you call it? Give you a shout out. Bulletskill gave a comment a couple of days ago on a video saying that it's Chaos's fault for being late, giving you bad luck on your pool. So again, thank you to Bulletskill for the comment. Thank you to everyone for the support and everything, and the love. And thank you to Chaos for letting me plug it and shout out on this channel.
Alright, folks, that is going to be it for tonight. Again, Thursday, I'm gonna be out. Look out for my social media so you can actually see where I'm going, because I can't reveal until I get there. So, fingers crossed I can actually make it there. But hopefully I'm going to get back in time, and Chili, I'll keep you posted. But
sounds good.
Yeah, I'll see you guys on Thursday, and tomorrow we'll be over and checking out Scuff of Tower tomorrow, apparently, according to Brick. Extremely Scuff of Tower. But folks, that's it. Thanks so much for tonight, and I will see you in the next one. Peace out, folks! Don't forget to like and subscribe.
And leave a comment down below.